Objection! Here we are. Well, case 3, Ace Attorney Chronicles. Last case ended with your best friend dying in an accident that turned out to be a murder that turned out to be a misunderstanding. Does that make sense?
Glancing over my records of the late last century, I am faced by the events of a certain bitter winter. A murder in a carriage as it sped through dense London fog in the dead of night. Though the victim and the perpetrator were the only ones inside, there were multiple witnesses to the crime itself. However, none could have imagined at the time that such a seemingly obvious case as this would end in such a horrendous manner. My friend, Mr. Herlock Sholmes, once said of the incident, "I believe that perhaps that case was indeed
yes, let me have. Are we charged with murder
the
again?
beginning of a long concerto that impressive Japanese student and I were to play together."
Every case is just you being convicted of murder. Be so stupid if that was the case.
Amazing. Is this really just a railway station?
Railway station or not, I've never seen such an enormous building before.
It even looked like Phoenix Wright when he has a hat on.
Steam locomotives. This country is incredible.
They're gonna steal the bags.
Like I'm dreaming.
So this is the capital of Great Britain.
When the kid.
Where to?
Oh, hello.
Climb aboard. I'll take you wherever you want to go.
In that case, the Supreme Court in Whitehall, if you wouldn't mind.
My pleasure. I suppose you're visiting students from abroad, eh?
Yes.
Thought so. Well then, I hope you enjoy your stay.
Those
And
kids helped them
welcome to the centre of the world.
and
Great
didn't even pay the
Britain's
kids. He
mighty
just
capital, London.
used them as slaves. (18th of February, 9:20 AM). The British Supreme Court, Lord Chief Justice's office. Ellipses. What an incredible place! It's so imposing. It's just almost just suffocating. This place is breathtaking. Looks like a fortress. There are some strange buildings in Japan now, of course. It's only been built in the last few short decades, since we opened our borders to the outside world. So authentic, an authentic example that there's quite a different impact, wouldn't you agree? A far cry from the wood and paper most of our buildings constructed from. It's certainly unfamiliar. See, there's more difference than just the construction materials. What is this place again? This is the Lord Chief Justice Office's number, Supreme Court of Great Britain. The Lord Chief Justice. We had instructions to report here at this time as circumstances were different. We're supposed to let the Lord Chief Justice know we arrived from Japan. But Kazuma can't. No. So instead, we're here in a different capability. As envoys to report the news of Kazuma Sama's death. Yes. Having delivered her message to envoy's duty is done, so we have to return to Japan. It if you want to remain here in Great Britain. I have to take Kazuma's place as a law student and study for the study tour. Yes, you're the only one who has qualifications as a lawyer, which I've been studying for. Here in Great Britain, it's Lord Chief Justice who appoints lawyers. So that's the second reason why we're here, to have the official recognised as a lawyer. It's the only way we'll be able to remain here in London. I hope I'm up to scratch. Ah, good morning. Ah, good morning. Sorry to keeping you waiting. Oh, I trust you weren't too exhausted after your long voyage from Japan. It seems I'm 1 hour and 12 minutes and 47 seconds late. My apologies. Oh no, don't mention it. We're happy that you stand around to do nothing much to do. How unfortunate. So, introductions. I'm Mikhail Strongheart, the Lord Chief Justice of the British Empire. Oh, it's like a little mouse under an elephant's foot. Come on, Abido. Don't be a mouse. It's an honor to meet you, Lord Chief Justice Strongheart. I am Risuke Naruto from the Empire of Japan. The set designs in A Taste of Tony is always great. Well, Naruto. Welcome to London, the capital of the glorious British Empire. Ah, yes, thank you. So what are your impressions of the capital so far? How do you like London? Oh, it's hell. I've noticed since I got here that I can't remember a single thing about the city. It's simply splendid, isn't it, Mr. Naruto? Oh? You'd wonder a few of London streets from the carriage on the way here from the station. Everything's so impressive and grand. I remember to say I'm lost for words. I'm glad to hear you like it. The cities boast tramways, pipe water, gas, even cables supplying electricity. We spared the revolutionary new technology in the world. Every visitor in London is astounded. Oh yes, astounded is the word. Thanks for saving me there, Sada-san. And so everyone here is jolly and full of vigor? Yes. There's much excitement in a coming great exhibition we'll be hosting here in London. Great exhibition? Yes, steampunk London, gears everywhere. The cultural and technology achievements from around the globe are exhibited here in our great city. It'll be the greatest spectacle of its kind in history, and they'll make Paris's World Fair look like a toy shop. Gosh, I can hardly imagine what's going on. It's going to be. The Great Britain's capital is nothing but magnificent. London is the centre of the modern world. Even if you do say so yourself. The sun will never set on our great empire. Ha! Perhaps it's the fate of these progressive times we see the visit of the land of the rising sun. Lord Chief Justice? I think you're expecting a student of law from the study tour, weren't you? Absolutely. Mr. Kazuma Asogi, if my memory serves. That's right. The British government has already... The British Empire has already telegraphed a full report of the situation. Understand the enemy lost his life aboard the ship bound for our shores. It's amazing. The news reached him before even we arrived. My country naturally extends the deepest condolences to yours. Oh, thank you. And you're honoured his appointment especially to inform me of this news. Yes. We're here in the capacity of envoys to Japan to resort the sad news in person. They tell me you Japanese are people of protocol and courtesy, and I see that is true. And with some regret, but I must inform you that the death of your lawyer means the study tour can no longer proceed. you would just hear us out, Lord Strongheart. What did you have to say, madame? It's about our study tour. Mr. Nabo here would like to make a proposal. Would he now? Well, Mr. Nabado. It is then, it's a moment of truth. It's the thing, Lord Justice, Strongheart. I was wondering perhaps I could consider allowing the study to go ahead. Wait, wrong voice. You don't understand me. Britain would ideally like to see the tour go ahead. But without a lawyer from your country, there's nothing that can be done. Well, that's the case, not the case. What if there was someone else? Another lawyer from Japan, I mean. Is there something I don't know? Well, on this single lawyer was invited in the Great Britain from our country. And that was Mr. Asogi, at least that's what I've been led to understand. Well, here's the thing. It isn't going well at all. I just have to think the right words to say this to the man. Mr. Nabano, I could ruin this thing if I'm not careful. What am I going to say? If there is someone else here from Jen that could be described as a lawyer, it is... It's me. I can do it. Is that so? I mean, I don't actually have the qualifications and such, but... No qualifications, you say? But you still claim to be a lawyer? I've acted as a lawyer in court before. Only once, as it happens. I had to help me in this, and I was accused, but we'll go over those details. I've been spending every spare moment on the journey to here to Great Britain studying. I've learned all about British law, the court proceedings while on board the SS Barra. The voyage from the journey is 50 days. I believe not that what I call a full education. To become a qualified lawyer in Britain, not only do you need a university degree in law, you have to complete several years of training. I realize it's far too short a period of time, but I can't choose to go back to Japan. Kazuma, ultimate journey had only just begun. I'm coming in the study tour. I come here on the study tour. Well, all thought about it. I have carried on to everything he planned to do. I know it must sound like I've overly inflated opinion of myself, but I'll do anything to prove what I have the takes. Any test you care to set me. Just one chance. That's all I'm asking for. Please. 31 seconds. Sorry. Your opening statement here. Let me know. It was 31 seconds long. Not too brief. Not too procrastinated. Perfectly judged appeal, I'd say. It's a skill that you stand in good stead as a lawyer. Oh, thanks. So, you want to put those words to trial, are you? Well, I'm all one for entertainment. Huh? But let's ask you one thing first, sir. Yes. You say you intend to do everything Mr. Koji planned. Do you? Are you fairly set on that path? Well, yes. That's my intentions. I see. I'm imagining something. I'm imagining things. Or is this just alter from a fraction of all of a sudden? Very well. You have your wish. I'll give you your chance. You test to become a specially certified lawyer. Whether you pass or fail is entirely down to you. Really? You must beat me in hopscotch. So what form will you test sexing at me? Tell me, Nobudo. Do you consider the role of a lawyer to be? Well, defending people, of course. Well said. So, let's have you defend someone. Huh? The timing is perfect, in fact. There's an apt trial about to begin later today. No advocate has been appointed for defense yet. This will be welcome news. Today? Straight away? If you manage to secure a verdict of not guilty, you have passed my test. What could be simpler? How do I get myself into these situations? Well, could I ask what sort of trial it is, Lord Strongheart? Yes, good question. I remember. A murder trial. A murder? An extremely simple case, I understand. You really can't lose. That's easy to say. But I should mention, just in case. If the defendant is found guilty, he will of course be sentenced to capital punishment. Capital punishment? He'll be put to death? Here in Great Britain, murderers are sent to the gallows without expectations. Without exceptions. Assuming you read much in your short based instructions to British law, we can't possibly agree to such a test. We'd be toying with another man's life. I am the Lord Chief Justice. I've decided it is acceptable. But you can't do that, can you? There's no need to overcomplicate this. All you have to do is ensure that you don't lose. So the defendant may live or die, depending on how well I perform in court. If I lose, he'll be hanged. Mr. Amador, you've come claiming to be a liar. If you want me to take you seriously, you need to prove yourself willing to do a liar's job. You say you intend to see it through with your compatriot, Mr. Soggy? I'd like you to understand just how far we're willing to go in order to make that happen. He's testing my resolve. What's the matter? You've fallen silent. I'm sorry, but time is pressing. The trial begins shortly. I need an answer from you now. What will it still be? What do I say? Do I agree to this observed test? I won't do it. I won't do it. Game ends. Alright then. I think if you yeah, the answer is I can't do it. I can't get my word out. 15 seconds. Your decision making needs work if you want to be a lawyer. That's toast law. So it's that was expected, is it? Sorry. You have the noble intentions, but lack the resolve to see them through. The test is cancelled. Thank you for stopping by. Go and acquire a ticket back to the east tomorrow. This conversation is over. Yes, Lord Strongheart. Thank you for offering me the chance. Mr. Navido. I'm sorry, says the no. But what could I do? It's alright. I understand. You do? It's not easy decision to choose whether to defend a man in these circumstances. But resolve has nothing to do with it. What are you trying to say, madame? I think what Mr. means is no matter how badly I like to recognize as a lawyer and stay here in Great Britain, to risk another man's life by treating his one and only chance at trial so trivially would be utterly unforgivable, and I feel exactly the same way. I'm sure the defendants won't see this trial as a test, as some kind of experiment. A lawyer may fight for his clients in a court day after day, but for each of those clients, the particular day they stand at the dock, they may be the only chance to the fight to prove they're innocent. No, I was not wrong. I'm not qualified for the job yet. I'm sorry for wasting your precious time. Lord Chief Justice. Wait, Mr. Dada. Oh, there's something else? In approximately 20 minutes, I carriage the Old Bailey from here. If you leave immediately, we should be there in time. But I just said that. He was quite serious that I told you. The defense in this case has literally no one to advocate for him. What? At this point, he can't hope to find someone to represent him. The trial begins without a defense. If that happens, there is only one possible outcome. He will receive the most severe sentence and judge can pass down. But that's awful. But what is the truth? Why does it have to be like this? Please don't expect an answer to every question. The cold hard truth of the matter is that there's only one person now with a chance to save this man from a very miserable end. And that is you. Am I really his only hope? So, what we will say now, madame? Me? What do you mean, Lord Strongheart? You said it wasn't an easy decision to choose whether to defend the man in these circumstances. And I agree. But my mission is pure and simply a matter of resolve. Oh. Time is up. I have a meeting to attend. I must leave in 2 minutes and 16 seconds. So, fare to the great city, enjoy yourselves! He's gone. The old Bailey. If we're gonna do this, Miss Nabado, you must leave at once. Sure, I'll leave. I have to look at some things. I have to look at these gears. Yes, so. Can I just do something? Careful. From this position, I can perform the solo takedown in an instant. I know. Mr. Nodo, you had Lord Strongheart. Okay. Okay, they're not gonna let's look around. If I don't look around, she's gonna deck me in the face. Fine. So mean. 15th of February, 9:45 a.m. Old Belly Defendants attend Art Chambers. Oh, thank goodness, we're in time. There's still 15 minutes until the trial begins. I never knew a Jaws could go so fast. I thought my teeth were going to rattle loose. You hear what I said to the driver when he climbed aboard? Get us a destination in 5 minutes, driver, and there's a guinea item for you. It's one of my favorite lines from Sherlock Holmes stories. It worked out quite perfectly. I'm not sure you're so pleased. I thought you were going to die and you had to pay the gold for the privilege. Well, we were right here before the trial started. Yes, I suppose that's that. Anyway, I don't understand it. Looks like the defendant should be here. But there's no sign of him at all. He's on the roof. This is Old Bailey. Even the room for the defendants waits in the ground. Are you alright, Miss Nabado? I feel tense, that's all. I'm supposed to give you some sort of foreboding that remember from the Strange Cottage Pan. Anybody's there. Whoever's ability is going to crush you, whoever's being sentenced. Supposed to be the only one yesterday that was the one about to be crushed. What do you mean? The defendant is. I imagine he's feeling really alone at this moment. Top of the morning to you, ma'am, sir. It's Willy Wonka. Hi, Willy Wonka. What you doing following me here? Things sort of stupid, are they? Sorry. Would you look at the expressionless faces from the east, you see, yes. We're from Japan, yes? Ah, Japan is it? X right away. Say no more. So, how much does you need? No, we're here because... No need to explain, fella. I've been there myself, so have I. No place to go, nothing. Eat barely, penny to your name. Oh, and I'll see faraway land. Actually, we found a place to stay. We haven't found a place to stay yet, no. Tis grand. Maybe start by giving you 1,000 guineas. Say nothing now. Huh? 1,000 guineas? Please, Miss Saturday, you don't have to shout. But 1,000 guineas is enough to build an entire empire mansion that the most prettiest area of Tokyo is. What? This is nothing to me at all. I like to ensure I have sufficient funds to weather a rainy day, you see. I have enough wealth to buy the city of London or 2 or 3 times over. Did that much rain even fall in one day? Well, even so, you couldn't possibly accept such a large sum of money. Ah! You mean the eye? coin in his eye. Don't get me wrong, fella. I'm not giving you no strings attached. I'm waiting for you to do something for me. Or, to be honest, it's a little embarrassing. The trial's about to begin, you see. For me to get ourselves here, I'll be in the dock. So now, what I want you to do is come along with me. Stand beside me. I appreciate you are my lawyer, but that's just a little detail now. Or well, that the thing is, don't worry a thing. All you have to do is stand up there next to me, not more. Otherwise, you see, the trial's gonna start without even having you think out of a preposition at all. So it is true. Look, she wasn't just making it all up. I'm terribly sorry to have to ask you this, but does this mean you're the defendant in the trial? That's impatient. Do yous? You don't know who I am? Me? One of the London's biggest names? No, sorry. I've only just arrived in the city, you see. I see. I suppose this isn't altogether impossible. Well, next Aja Park there's enter London's beautiful park. Sorry, your park? What? It's called McGill Park. Full blossom flowers, springs, birds, and the walnut. I donated to the city, so I did. An entire park? Central London? The city of smiles, my vision of London. There's nothing Manus McGill wouldn't do for the city. It's quiet old people. That's amazing. I mean, really extraordinary. But now the gall to say I'm a good for nothing criminal. Me, Manus McGill. What's the matter with the London police, I ask? Alright, time pass out. Mr. Nobodar? Perhaps now would be a good time to introduce ourselves while the gentleman catches his breath. Good idea. Mr. McGill? The thing is, we're actually here in London to study British law. We're law students and study the tour of Japan, you see. So, if you don't have a lawyer for the trial yet, and you're happy to put yourself in our hands, we'll do our best. That's what was I saying? You daft, yeah? I've given you 1,000 guineas to stand next to me, haven't I? Well, yes, that wasn't really offering just standing up there next to you. Oh, I think I see what's going on now. Sorry. I know that you're thinking that this chancer of a fellow claims to have more money than the Queen. But if that's true, why in blazes can't he hire the finest lawyer in all of England? Because he did. That's the only explanation. Well... Yes, exactly. What now? Well, like you said, if you have all the money but you don't have anyone to represent you in court, there's no other logical conclusion that you're guilty of the charges. Well, you call a spade in the East, so you do. Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't mean any offense. I still express myself very well in English, you see. I'm never sure what's acceptable to say and what isn't so. Is that so? You sounded fluent enough when you were telling me that blackguard I must be. Terribly sorry. I can't say that I blame you for thinking that, old fella. Is it a little strange that, to be honest, when you have a lawyer, I mean, that'd be the fault of the Reaper. Sorry, what did he just say, the Reaper? Aye, the Grim Reaper of the Brayley, Lord Bonk Van Dyck. He is the prosecutor. The prosecutor? The Grim Reaper? When Van Dyck stands in the prosecution, they call the accused sacrificial lambs. And to this day, in every single time which he has been a prosecutor, the accused has been damned. What? So it's reached a desperate situation, when no one willing to stand against the fellow at all. So it's a living legend of the Old Bailey. Goodness, Lord Barak Van Zik. Must be exceptionally talented prosecutor then. Talented isn't the word you're looking for, madame. It's cursed. Cursed? What on earth? The defense has been summoned in this council. What? Make your way to the courtroom. It's about to begin. Oi, oi. This council. That would be me. Oh, this time. Oh, the fella. Don't let me down. But I don't know anything about the case. You haven't told me what happened. Until you showed your face here, I made up my mind, so I had. Sorry. I thought I have to defend myself in there. How would that work? But you made an appearance, a student of law. Wouldn't you know? 'Tis no accident. I can assure you of that. It's his fate. Don't get cold feet, please. I literally know nothing about the case or about this man who stands accused. In fact, the only thing I do know is that I just can't turn my back on him. Mr. Nardo, the man has won. The man has no one. Will have to stand alone in the courtroom, nothing to defend himself. Yes, something the cousin will never allow to happen. Counsel of defense, what are you doing? You are late for the start of the trial. You will lose your right to stand. I'll be right here. Let the trial begin. And then it happening then. My first trial in the British court. Hope you're watching over me, Kazuma. Because I have no idea what I'm going to manage this. I'm done fucked. Well, that's like the lowest resolution fire I've ever seen in the modern game. Jesus fucking Christ. I did the February 10 AM. Oh, Court Bailey. Oh, they have a jury. This is the highest court in Great Britain. Old Bailey. For centuries, history's place is palatable. Isn't the difference the Supreme Court of Japan? It was both imposing and serene at the same time. I'm sorry, make my words redundant. Whatever the country, determine the person of guilt or innocence is always a solemn affair. I must say something, Mr. Nobudo. Oh yes? What? You always like the razor pop out of your head again. You just don't know I can't help it. Ho ho ho! In the name of Her Majesty the Queen, I hereby declare the court in session. Here we stand today to determine the guilt of innocent of Mr. McGild. Now call upon the Council of Prosecution Defense to declare the witness to proceed. The prosecution is fully prepared. That must be Briefer of Bailey. He leaders look part to dispatch the next poor victim in the underworld. Ho 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 ho! The Council of Defense appear to be Eastern. Do you speak English? Huh? Oh yes, of course, sorry. We asked if the defense was ready. How can we be further ready if I tried? Blur! Those eyes! Please mean disappointments. Blur! They shroud you in fear, your doubt, your trepidation. They run wild, clinging to some phantom notion of courage. The coroner's look at the sacrificial lamb. Ah! You're shivering down my spine. Away to the tip of my toes. Ho ho ho! Now, Mr. McGild. Yes, my lord. You stand accused of the murder of the capital offense. You were sent to the gallows if you're found guilty. Are you quite sure you wish to entrust your defense to this foreigner? I've always said, my lord, it is granted ting to give opportunities to the young, even if the fellow's a student from a little island off in the Far East. It's It's not the British way to ignore dangers yourself. Give your less fortunate fair chance. I'd like to think the acts of chivalry to Great Britain and his empire proud. Listen to McGill, a fine gentleman of London as he is. To hear they donated £5,000 to the government the other day. Mother, please, may we go play in McGill's Park? Seems everyone in the public gallery is firmly behind McGill. That's definitely welcome news. It's certainly the way with the words. I'm surprised he couldn't convince everyone to defend him. Ho ho ho! Eloquently put, Mr. McGill. Most laudable statements. Now, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, I am sure we need to hardly remind you. The 6 members of the public have been selected for impartially for you to proceed. Yes, my lord. Yes, my lord. If a taskman sends rotten the gallows, it belongs more than ready. In the matter of your lordship, I always should dispose of rubbish promptly. Naturally, I agree. I gotta think of a good voice for him. Why, governor, any criminals here will be washing his and never set eyes on me. Ours is a village chill. Oh, don't mind me, my dear. I'll just be getting on with my knitting. Just finish these bits for my grandson. These people are the jury, yes. Something we don't have in Japan yet. That's right. I've heard and read about it. These are the Great Britain's court's final verdict, the opinion of the July. The pages sent it according to the law have been tuned to determine the guilt based on common sense. Events are only judged from two completely different points of view. But how exactly did you use their verdict? I hope that old lady does not talk much. That voice is not good for my throat. I shall be clear once the trial progresses. Yes. Ho ho ho! Prosecutor Van Zeek! Blur! Yes, my lord! There's been enough. Ho ho ho! It's been a number of years since you were seen in this courtroom. I thought you were announced your fame. Blur! I am known as a people of Bailey, my lord. Infamy rather than fame, I would say. But yes, 5 years have passed since I last spread my wings in this capability. Oh, so brings you back. Is there some change of circumstance which the court should be aware? Blur! I'm a vampire now. Blur! I leave to you to imagination, my lord. The Ruben case has been out of action for 5 years. Why do I have to choose the day to make you come back? Don't lose heart, Mr. Nomador. Ho ho ho! As you wish, sir. The court has nevertheless welcomed you in return. We must get this done by December. I must go back to the North Pole to make presents later. Now then, opening statements, if you please summary the case, if you please. Blur! Certainly, my lord. As your lordship are aware, this is a very underwhelming simplicity. It's one of those, right, where the incident took place in the late evening. 3 days passed. The hour was minutes after 10. The victim maker of the building bricks, known in the community as Thrice Fried Manson. Sorry, Thrice? Ho ho ho! He was a very accomplished craftsman. The bricks he fried were said to be almost indestructible. The victim's corpse was discovered in ambience in service of the street of London at the time. The dagger, not a stake, and thank God it wasn't a stake. The dagger has been thrust into the victim's abdomen, and believed the ultimate cause of death. Here's the object report from the investigation of the medical officer of Scotland Yard. Thank you, counsel. I shall accept this photograph as evidence. Autopsy report has been added to the court record. So it seems to be added to the court record. Now, further in item, there's hey! I was talking! Too bad, I'm reading this first. 54, brickmaker. First, stabbed wanted admin with a knife whilst journeying on the omnibus. Died due to internal hemorrhaging resulting of the trauma. Bitch got stabbed. Now wait, let's see if we can find the special piece of information here. He's missing a button on his shirt. That's gonna be important later. Calling it now. Blah! The prosecution wishes to admit these as well. Oh, these are... Good lord. The blood... Is blood cancel? Yes, my lord. For my last victim, I mean, seized by the police as soon as we arrived on scene. His gore-soaked gloves were taken from the hands of the accused when he was arrested. Nani? Miss McGard's gloves? Blood on them? Yes. Ho ho ho! I'm willing to have the evidence as well. Evidence leather gloves has been added to the court record. How to get into this? Let's see what we got here. We got blood. This is definitely blood, isn't it? Not the most pleasant sight to be encountered from your first day in London. Well, nothing comes to grumbling now. No, by the way, Mr. McGowan's right hand. Right-handed. Yeah, so he was throwing with the coin in his right hand. Ha! Pity. If only been left-handed. I think the button here gold was fairly incriminating, really. Yeah, but there's something else on this glove. Or maybe in the bottom. Or maybe on the fingertips. Don't see any additional clues on the gloves yet. Okay. How'd I get into this? I'm back to the corner before I even started. Continuing. Blah. According to the driver of the omnibus, there was only 2 passengers traveling inside the vehicle at the time. Only 2? Obviously, one of the passengers was the deceased brickmaker, Mr. Manson. The other guy was that knife-throwing guy on the jury. I mean, the accused, Mr. McGowan. Ho ho ho! Oh well. Rather criminal evidence, you say, at least. Defendant, what say you? Well, of course, I have no recollection of such things. Mr. McGild. To be sure, I've been on bus that evening. But whenever I was in the carriage, I'd taken the fierce tiredness and always succumbed to it. You claim to have been asleep? 'Tis the motion of the carriage, my lord Lytton. It is so when I open my eyes again. There was a different sight before me, a body of a man I've never laid eyes on before me in my life. Now may I ask you, what good-hearted soul wouldn't rush to help a fellow bleeding to his stomach? I wasn't about to start worrying about my gloves now, was I? I reached to give him a hand. The blood on the gloves after the man had already been killed? Blah. Unfortunately, the statement of the divers is only the beginning. What? That's not all of it? There were multiple witnesses to a precise moment in which the big man was fatally stabbed. Order! Hors d'oeuvres! Coming. Waiter walks in, gives his mistake and leaves. Inspector, what are you doing here? When the killing took place, the only victim and the accused was inside the carriage. They were witnesses to the crime. Blah. This is only just compelling evidence. There's a nail in the coffin for the accused. Not my coffin. I sleep in that. Get your own coffin. Thank you, counsel. Thank you, counsel, for the crimes have been quite clear. I think we have testimony from the witnesses. First of all, there wasn't by command. Blah. Shall now turn to the belt and get them. I mean, bailiff, you get the witnesses at once. I'm not a vampire. Witnesses, your name and occupations. They're coming, Mr. Beeper. I'd have them the pass of the East End. Bros, fair play. I'm a banker in the city. My name is First. Lady to First, I'm making hats for gents. Let us begin by confirming the facts. Blair, 3 days ago, in short time after 10 o'clock in the evening, all of you present in the stand on the omnibus and witnessed a therefore criminal incident. Is that correct? Yes, correct, sir. That's right. Very well then, let's proceed with your formal testimony, please. Each of you will be willing to tell the court precisely what you saw. I can barely read that. What the witnesses saw. It was the last bus of the evening. I had very few customers. I remember it well. The victim was a man accused of killing. They were sat next to each other inside the bus. Then out of the blue, accused reached over and plunged his knife into the guts. That's right, you stabbed him. He screamed. I did. I couldn't help it. Then he screamed. I shot the bus and the door too. Ho ho ho. A big testimony, I must say. Blah, exactly, my lord. These men witnessed the incident on the omnibus with their own eyes. I'd like to ask a question, if I may. Ho ho ho, yes, counsel? Well, this testimony makes absolutely no sense whatsoever. Why not? Well, if it took place inside a moving carriage, didn't it? As been clearly stated from the outset, yes. Well, in that case, how could those two witnesses possibly have been seeing what happened? There's no way you could have seen inside of a moving carriage. How quaint! I read that Silla uses notion not with good century behind their own. But you're here in London, find yourself. You're really ignorant about the omnibus. Huh? Tell me, Nephine's friend, have you ever travelled by an omnibus? Blah! Well, no. Only arrived in London this morning. No matter. I've arranged for us to see you ourselves, acting scene of the crime. That is. Tea is here. Delicious tea. What do you mean? Actual scene? How? The current's designed to be moved. The door is designed to be moved. All of should be understanding that much. Yes. The omnibus is which the body could place is here today in this very building. Here? What? The entire carriage? Bailiff? I summon you my minions to get bus. I mean, go bring the stricken bus. Sorry, drinking my tea for a second. So that's the omnibus. I can't believe they could bring something so enormous in here. Great Britain's courtrooms are amazing. Blah! As you can see, the omnibus is pulled by 2 horses that can carry up to 8 passengers. The passengers inside the enclosed cabin. The other 2 on the roof of the deck above. Every Londoner knows. The best view of the city's architecture and sights ahead from the top of the omnibus. Blah! I should point out, the foreign guests... Cookie time. There's a skylight in the roof allowing the viewers and the interior of the seats above. The skylight? Oh! The penny drops at last, I see. The two gentlemen occupying the roof seats of the omnibus, the murder took place. How they witnessed the grim crime indeed. Blah! Through the skylight. This makes perfect sense. Ho ho ho! Very well, Counsel. This is the first. In all my years in the bench, I've never expected this crime scene itself to be brought into the courtroom. There are a number of important clues and many inside the carriage, my lord. I would like to submit the omnibus itself as evidence. That is how the prosecution wishes. Ho, ho, ho! Very well. I'll see the reason why not. The omnibus is hereby formally accepted into evidence. I must enter the evidence of court records. I can't believe it. The entire crime scene here is evidence. Let's see what we can find in this. That's the door, the carriage, number 88. Nothing appears to be out of order there. Can I open the door? Let me in! Bring the bus in the door. Don't leave tire tracks on the carpet. I don't think we can do that, sir. Too bad. Make it happen. Oh, the opening door is go inside, shall we? Oh, the scene in the mirror is horrible. Ah, that's the poster for the Great Exhibition. That's due 6 months from now. There's a lot of focus being drawn to the Crystal Tower. The centerpiece of the whole expedition. Oh yes, the Crystal Tower. It's under construction already, I believe. People of London must be filled with excitement in the prospect of a grand event. Ah, my neck! Quite a large skylight, isn't it? Yes, quite large enough to afford a good view into the cabin from the roof deck. And there does appear to be a handle to catch any description. Suppose it can't be opened from the inside of the cabin at least. Water! What's that? Band. Get your shit out of my chat, bitch! Project exhibition due to 6 months from now. There's a lot of focus being drawn to the Crystal Tower. The centerpiece of the whole expedition. Crystal Tower, huh? Oh wait, it's the exact same thing's on the other side. Come on. Window. Blood! The blood. The blood, so see. The victims are obviously. Yes, this would be clearly visible from the roof deck. We really stabbed someone full view of the other passengers like that? I wonder. Well, it's after dark. There's a lamp in here. Perhaps the culprit didn't see anything outside through the skylight. Whatever it looks like, it doesn't seem like it was planned an attack. Can you even see the chairs? Look outside. Yeah, the chairs are facing the right direction. Okay, back. We've successfully looked at the crime scene. Now back to my terrible voice acting. Yes, Great Britain, simply extraordinary. Couldn't help but not giving the omnibus a thought of explanation, not seeing as it's here. Oh, let's continue with the proceedings. Then your confirmation, Counsel. Make it quick. There've been naughty kids in London this year. Blah! Pray, I don't expect the side astray to understand the instructions of the British courts. Cross-examination rights. Alright, my first cross-examination in British court. Ow, my face! Focus, Rexay. Focus. What the witnesses saw. It was the last puzzle reading. I feel customers remember it well. Yes, I was thinking of the time 10 after, wasn't it? Yes, sir. Going off was freezing, in fact. You had four passengers on board at the time, correct? Yes, sir. They're all traveling the same path, but bus, of course, no. Ho! No other patches in the incident took place? No one aligned him, for example? Quite that, sir. No other patches, not at all. So nobody fled the scene of the crime, then? I have to say, bus did a running. He did everything the bus that day. But I want sometimes it's altogether worthwhile. Yes, it's sorry to say. What do you mean by that? well, being so cold and everything, they're only making 20% of the run, you see? Yes, pub on the way home, just warm up again. The victim accused of killing a man sat next to each other right inside the bus.
Hold it!
You saw them through the sky on the roof of the carriage? Yes, that's right. Sit right there, top deck, window right in front of your feet. There's simply lamps inside a pretty good view. Two of them were wearing hats, so I couldn't see exactly which one of their faces. There's no shred of doubt in my mind it was the McGuile. How can you be so sure? Well, how can I put it so politely? Let's go, gentleman of rather small stature. I couldn't mistake him for anyone else. Blah! Let us not forget the vehicle came to hold all of the people inside the closed cabin. There was deceased Mr. Manson and Mr. McGuile. No room for doubt there. Oh, I really wish there was. Then out of the blue, the accused reached over and plunged his knife into his guts.
Hold it!
Actually saw the moment it happened? Didn't I already testify to that? Oh, fair dinkum, hard-working city banker is not considered trustworthy these days. Things did not age well for that line. Oh, no, I didn't mean that. This is no good. I really have got to back up. Perhaps you could just tell us what you saw, a little more detail if that's... My lord! Ah, what's his voice? It's a Cockney voice. Junior number 3, what's the meaning of this? Well, what's all this then? I made up my mind, my lord, and completely made it up. Made up what? I don't like stinking rich, never have. But oh, I something other they shouldn't be, every one of them. And that little leprechaun made no exception. Well, can't fool me. There, no point in wasting time listening to any more of this. My opinion is matters anyway. Yes, my lord, that's what I was about to say. Affirming the jury, the duty is set good example of fellow juniors. Jesus fucking Christ! These are what's happening here? Let me see. Ah yes, it seems that the members of the jury give their verdicts. With fire? Apparently yes. White for innocent and black for guilty. The 6 members of the jury make up their minds about the case. One by one, each cast their ballot into the fire of great seals of gases, as we saw a moment ago. So if those enormous scales are completely to the black side, what does that mean? We are very make sure that doesn't happen. I was never more worried than I was before. Very well. I was acknowledge the change in the jury's stance. In terms of events, please continue with your cross-examination. That's a nightmare. That's right. What's his voice again? That's right. He stabbed my screen. I couldn't help it. I couldn't help it.
Hold it!
You stabbed me and you said you were standing up on the roof deck, were you? That's right, sir. We're up on the roof seats. I remember seeing a little gentleman sitting next to the fellow. He was stabbed. But thinking of a new headstone, see? I was just so gazing mindlessly around. But then, it happened. I looked down through the skylight. It was sticking out of the guy's belly. A huge giant knife. Oh, ho, ho. Grim sight indeed. Didn't help me at all. Juries look like they're every more convincing than my client did they were before. Appears have made everyone more dubious than Mr. Giles was telling the truth. So if I only had some evidence to counter their suspicions. Blah! Mr. Faust. Oh yes, sir. This knife. You saw? Oh, good grief, yes, that's it. Everyone saw it, sir. Is it that? Yes, Counsel. Blair, this blade is driven into the victim's belly, straight through the heart. Ho, 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 the poison should aside, Counsel. It is. But furthermore, the scabbard is impaired was apparently certainly initial. Letter M, which seems oddly familiar. Please, no. For Mangus, perhaps. Or McCoward, possibly. Decapic. See, particularly big name, London there. Made a mistake. But there are M's everywhere. Yes. Like Manson.
Objection!
This blade far too extravagant for a poor brickmaker. They've known. I like my voice better than the one they gave him. Blair, there's no weapon the murder couldn't belong to in the cures. Oh, conclusion is certainly compelling, Counsel. Everybody's been added into the court records. Ordinate letter M. Probably Mangus McGowan's initials? It's beautiful McGowan too. It'd be very valuable, should you think? What is it? Look at this M. And after down, it becomes a W. This could change everything. A W? Yes, with one of those, turn about the case. I'm sure of it. I'm afraid I don't know at all, but I'm sure if it's an M. Well, that idea was quickly quashed. Can I spot anything else of an interest? About the sheaf, isn't it? Are you alright, Mr. Navido? Oh, sorry, yes. I just don't really like blades. Oh, don't you seem like the world's man with a large katana slung from his waist? It's not a blade, it's Customer's soul. Anyway, there's no sense in delaying it. Let's see what the blade looks like. It has some blood on it. That's a lot of blood. Surely it's the blood of the victims. Oh, Englishman's blood looks a lot like Japanese man's blood. You think why did you think it wouldn't? Sorry, I've only just arrived here in Great Britain. I'm finding myself a little hard to adjust. Yes, I understand. So I probably should check inside the sheath. I didn't look inside here. There is nothing. Okay. My interruption. Yes, Junior Member 2. Go on. Mr. McGowan is pillar of the society, and gentlemen's words should be scared. However, those of us servants know we must accept our hard truths. Wait, you're just about to dispose of the rubbish. Watcha! No. I don't wish to cause offense, but I'd like to eradicate all traces of filth and grime. It takes a long time. Other word uttered across today's reference and on facts. In such, I am now in position to draw the only logical conclusion. What is this Disney bullshit? Not again. That's 4 out of 6 jurors who prefers the guilty verdict. There's only 2 left. I've had it. If I press the witnesses more information, it just makes the situation worse. Nevertheless, we need more than anything in this moment is more information. We're still very much in the dark. Supposed to have to keep pressing the witnesses, knowing it's more sparks those fly. We just have to give up hope and cover this up and give us more fight back. But alright, I'll keep trying. Can't give up now. Just need to keep calm and listen to the witnesses' statements again.
Hold it!
What exactly did you see? Oh, That just collapsed on the floor. He was. I see a problem with that. He was sitting in his chair. And about the passage over, you're referring to the victim, Mr. Manson, the brickmaker, blah. The passenger with the knife in his hand like this. By the passenger, you're obviously referring to the accused, Mr. Magdagale. And then he punched it down, like this, stabbing the passenger in the belly. What? My lord, I wish to speak. Yes, juror number 5. I'd take it that to you. The matter of the London coachman. The idea of murder being committed in one of the characters is utterly abhorrent to me. I would write to make the decision before reading all the facts, so it's to myself. But I've had enough now. The horses have been bolted, as they say. No, please, just keep an open mind a little longer. Get up now, Silverblaze. Finish the sight. Whatcha? But look at the guild. I trust the man who says. Thank you, sir. Too kind, sir. This is too unkind, sir. Blah! Which means the 5 jurors agree to condemn this man. Medallion Junior number 6. Oh yes, dear. What can I do for you? You heard the testimony from the witnesses in the stand. Oh yes, I certainly have. Still got my hearings, you know. Blah. Pray tell, you're yet to pronounce your verdicts. Well, dear, the thing is, I'm a creature of habit, me. I always got to go to park around the time of the day. And if there's a nice bench to get up with my Leighton. Get wrecked. There's a lovely little park just near here where I live. McGall Park, it's called. The gentleman's down into the city, you know. But it's more on London's face, he said. I can't imagine such a fine young gentleman would have hit him, and that's taken another man's life. He's always like, he's always doing one thing for the committee. Yeah, that's right. A man like that should be stab someone, surely. Mother, can we go to the park later? I do want to move some more books. Blair, how many Londoners live in their heads of clouds? Do your people not know? What kind of man Magus Gao really is? What kind of man he is? Ha! The philanthropist Mallow McGill. Blair, and enough wealth to purchase the entire city claims them very so highly. But where did all the wealth come from? Your client Sherlock. Your client Sherlock, sir. The one in the very darkest story. What? Starring the Crow? Starring the Crows! Mr. McGarland's money extraordinary rates interest. His victims hope of repaying him. Then he defaults and takes possession of everything they own. He defaults at praise on the weak. Blah! I've never heard a mention of that before. Blah! Our faculties have threatened you, I am sure, madame. So this is sort of not crossed your mind? Maybe the man that's why London is entirely don't have a carriage of his own. Blah! What possible reason would man have to make use of the public omnibus service? You're not saying that. The victims put up victims next in name, so if consider financial liability. Blah! It will come to surprise the creator, the accused Mr. Van der Gaard. But it be known, the very day Mr. Man was killed, the final payment date of his debts. Oh, goodness gracious! Blair, the big victim then too, has lost his house. He had nothing to shilling to pay his debts. And thus the end, the pitiful stole the very last thing he owned and taken from him, his life. By the merciless plunder, Mendes McGill. I don't believe it.
Hold it!
If I might add something briefly, Mr. Sano. You claim that victim has been lent money as McGill, but where's the evidence to support your claim? Ah, boss blood. I mean wine, not blood wine. Yes. Blair, pray forgive me the courtesy of the fun. The hello chalice, well, Lord. Aha! Ho ho ho! There is. Remember this hello chalice. How is this considered acceptable? Blair, but if I'm in the good humor. I heard ladies from the Far East could show great courage, but I expect in my life. Is it just a sense of defense? I'm simply doing my job. Blair, what a pity to display of courage in vain. Like your blood. Bloody veins. I mean, this is the Debitor's ledger, which all remembrance and accused. You'll find the victim's name clearly recorded inside. Oh. Allow me to present this ledger as evidence. And pray forgive this authority of raising my chalice in a toast to enemy east at the same time. Ho ho ho! Marvelous toast, counsel. I am going to accept this to evidence. Devil's ledger has been added to the evidence records. Open, says me. This pod must contain all sorts of secrets in London generally. Oh dear, you think we should look inside? Well, it's not as though we don't know any of the London's generally and personality, isn't it? Apart from the great detective friend, perhaps. Actually, I wonder. I assure you, you'll not find someone's name inside. Well, let's see what we can find. Gosh, it's kind of full of gentlemen's names, isn't it? Well, I suppose they're probably old gentlemen of all, are they? After all, not everyone in this country is well off. Ah, goodness! What is it? Look at this. Need a name here? Bruce Fairplay. Does that mean something to me? It does sound strangely familiar, actually. Bruce Fairplay. The one is terrifying this very moment. Oh yes, of course, the banker. Why is his name in here? Ah, he borrowed 20 guineas, did he? Look like the repayment date is fast approaching. Is it possible that just coincidence, of course? It could be useful information. Ace attorney. Like, yes, the defense is finally winning. Prosecution just pulls, defense just pulls like, here's my gun, it's evidence. It was used to shoot the victim. Oh, I'll just submit that to evidence. That's perfectly reasonable. Fuck you, Judge. Blah! The accused made quite a stand here. Ample recompense. Whoa! Who's here, mate? I've had the wool put over my eyes. Look at me, madame. Blah! Regard me, madame. The mother of power of the accused. Such a pretty little pot, too. Oh, what a scoundrel! Still, may it all be for the best. Wait a minute. Let me think about this a little more before. I don't stand for nonsense. Did I actually just lose? According to this Encyclopedia of British Law, when all members of the jury have concluded that the defendant is guilty, court proceedings are suspended, and the presiding judge will deliver the final verdict and the sentence. That's what it says here. The final verdict. It's over then. Oh. There's a footnote though. A footnote? However, defense... All six members... Ho ho ho! I'm in the case. Blah. Allow me to convey my respect for your swiftness and righteous decision. According to the laws of the country... Oh no, conclude the trial. Ho ho ho! By delivering the final verdict. I trust there is no objection. Mr. Officer, please tell me one thing. Oh, yes. You're in the middle of saying something before. A footnote in the Encyclopedia of British Law. However, defense... What did it say next? Oh, it says, of course. One moment. All members of the jury have concluded the sentence guilty. The court proceedings are suspended, and the proceeding judge will deliver the final verdict sentence. And the footnote says, however, the defense has the right to demand a summation examination of the juniors past this point. Dun, 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 dun. Summation? Examination?
Objection!
Blur! Some examination. From which country of the tomb have you been resurrected? Ah. Judging from binding, it was at least 50 years old. Blur! Any modern text British law wouldn't give such a creative procedure in mention. It's a relic, long forgotten, certainly no longer practiced. So you're out of luck. Oh. Wait, it's still technically part of the law. You can still ask for it. Whatever it is, Miss Sensor. So-called semi-examination. Oh, one moment, I'll read about it. You would demand the right to produce before you even understand the details? Typical nonsense. Right, Mr. Naruto, I think you understand. It seems that under the procedure, you'll be able to appeal to the members of the jury. To do exactly. Appeal to them changing their leanings, reserve their decision. And it says here that if it's successful, proceedings of the trial must be resumed. Make them reverse their decisions. Ho ho ho! Yes, in times gone by, Baratu's examination accepted the jury decision. But juries become something of a formality with no practical benefits, really. It's all rather fallow to use. I wonder why. Blah! Because of the vital purpose! Changing one member of the jury's mind would be hard enough, let alone several. No self-protecting defense barrister would have such a try in day and age. Still, I don't see any mention of a procedure actually being formally revoked. Bah! What are you suggesting? I'm suggesting that although it may be antiquated and fairly forgotten, it isn't yet extinct. What do you think, Mr. Naruto? Fuck it! Do it! Let's carry it. Admit defeat. Assert your right. In defense, wishes to assert its right to summon his my lord.
Objection!
Blur, London is the capital of the most powerful nation on the earth. We would have duty to exemplify every high standard of justice procedure. Some of its suggestions are embarrassment that would remain for burial.
Objection!
But it's our right, I believe, to prove the vital trial in this trial. Oh, the bird's position perfectly valid. Go proceed. The semi-examination. Blur! This is madness! This is the court! Ho! Foreman, you're a member of the jury, ready? Yes, huh? Well, I'm not, well, not mentioned of in the letter I received, you see, so... Ho! I'm going to ask to explain on what grounds they have reached their decision. On what grounds? You must all justify the decision and explain why you believe the defendant to be guilty. Oh, well, my lord, that's rather putting it on the spot. Oh. Have they all been bought off? This must be regular, not to mention paid this before. I don't really hold any justifying luck. Seems to have thrown the jurors off. It seems none of them have experienced this before. Right then, summarization examination? A defense procedure not practiced in lawyers since attempted for years, is it? Well, and just maybe, might be the opportunity we've been looking for. Turn this trial around. Right round, baby, right round. Ho! So be it then, ladies and gentlemen, jury, God here I call upon you to state the grounds on which you find the defendant, Mathematic, guilty of this most serious of crimes. There was no one else inside the carriage at the time. It had to have been him. Excellent memory. Seems 4 passages of 4 passages first, charging 20 pin piece. He shot the old chap just like this. Poison must say absolutely brazen. Assumingly, can't statement made thus far, drawing logical conclusions. You guys rest the guy, fast fair motto. Your rise of prison press for the years. That scoundrel! Saving the poor man on the 4 men on the floor at biggest belief. I wish I'd push for. I'm sorry I hadn't whispered this now. Some of the jurors didn't seem quite wonderfully formed arguments, though, do they? Well, here's what we can do. We need to get these 6 people to change their minds. I have to throw everything I can at them. Use very persuasive language. Just a moment, Miss Nobudo. Book, don't fail me now. According to my book, that's not quite how it works. Oh? They're going to have to throw their icy minds to some warm-hearted rhetoric to the defendant. Unfortunately, when the jurors of the side the defendant is guilty, they're unlikely to hate any difference in offense anyways. Huh? But then, they've reached their conclusions by their own reasoning, you see. Your pleas will sound like excuses. In fact, they could recoil on you. The more you try to persuade them, the more entrenched they become. Alright, then what am I supposed to do? Oh dear. Just citing what we've read about in the British law. Nobudo. Right. I'm sorry. You have any ideas to make this work then? How many books do you have in there? Did you steal from the library at home? Well, from what I can understand, the key to procedure, the junior's own words. Junior's own words. Make your argument. What do you mean? Well, 6 members of the jury are randomly selected members of the public. They appear to be a proceeding united front. The truth it is, they're completely strangers. You just happen to find themselves here in the courtroom together. And that way break them down, you mean? Exactly. We must listen to everyone carefully and what each member of the jury says, and see if I can identify any contradictions in the statements. If we can, to contrast the statements to pit the competent juniors against each other. I see. So the contradictions in 1 or 2 more jurors say they're looking for. In a way then, this is similar to a regular cross-examination. Oh, yes. I suppose you're right. Final contradictions, statements, and pit the juniors against each other to break them down. Alright, I might be able to pull this off. No, that's not right. I had to pull this off. Oh, can we start proceeding, counsels? I'd like to take your stand for this. I'm expecting a clear convincing rebuttal. Yes, my lord. Yes, my lord. Hey, Dragon J, welcome. There was no one else inside the carriage at the time, so it had to have been him.
Hold it!
Certainly, the testimonies we have heard suggest the victim and individuals were alone in the carriage. Precisely my point. But couldn't there be some other explanation? Something we haven't considered yet? Such as? Oh, well, maybe something you could, Hey, nerd, welcome. We're together now. Now I'm listening. Maybe you just know how things work around here because you're foreign climes. I'm a Twitch. I'm the worst kind of person there is. A Twitch lawyer. Oh dear. Doesn't appear in the mood to consider all the different points of this view, does he? No. I have to get to pit the juniors against one another, like Sotosen said. Finding contradictions in these 6 people's assertions was the only way I'm going to succeed. Just I trust the driver. He's excellent memory. He's a 4 passengers with fares of totaling 20 pence. Oil governor, stuck a chap white like this brazen must say, absolutely brazen. I've still been time for collecting statements made far down logical conclusion. You can't trust a girl fella's fancy motto. Yeah, trust past 5 years. The scandal stabbed the poor man on the floor, beggars belief. I think this is the one. I see it actually. I saw it. I went into space. I saw the problem. Let me go back. Let me go back. I know to compete against each other. Well, took the liberty of doing some research. Yes, I know. I didn't mean to go all the way through. Let me go back. Not right now. I know what to do. I have to rely on events. It works for himself now. Is that perhaps you were just thinking? You don't know. What of attitude? Objection! This session's more than time. Pit you? So, the Jotzer driver has excellent memories of a poor patch with a fare totaling 20 pence. You can trust the guy for offensive Armada. We haven't raised prices above 4 pence for years.
Objection!
Those two statements contradict each other. I do? Explain yourself, Counsel. Ho ho ho! Me? Idea! What have I said? Oh, you're supposed to breathe the main way. I haven't heard first idea what you're talking about. According to the testimony you've just said so far, the 4 passengers on the omnibus bus, not a question, according to the coachman Miss Pebbo, took 20 pence on theirs. That's quite right. The apprentice detail typed right nearly in front of me. The journeyman has also told us the following. Fares in the omnibus have always been 4 pence. Oh, right, a fair confidence single price. That's the way London carriage should be operated. But it doesn't add up at all. In fact, here's a guidance discrepancy in the facts. Oh, I meant why? 4 passengers paying 4 pence each would be a multiplication of... that would be 16 pence. Exactly. As said, it doesn't add up. The figures are different. 4 pence, but in fact, is precisely one person's fare. Ho ho ho! One person's fare? Yes. In other words, the only bus that night. It's distinctly possible that there was another passenger we have heard nothing about. Ho ho ho! Goodness gracious! This can't be right. The coachman girl, a good old man, and all trustworthy and watchword. The figures coachman claims are currently not added up due to the watchword's control fancy. I beg your pardon, Mr. Guildmaster. I think you ought to consider this trial where and now. The news will surely spread all over London. The news of our coachman tried to hide the fact that the nefarious character on the ride the omnibus. Oh no! Alright then, how to make this miserable trial does not end them. Huh. This comic book is weird. You have to read it backwards instead of forwards. Oh wait, what are they doing? Oh yeah, well, according to the book here, you simply launched a ball of fire into the innocent side to set the scales. Hold your horses there, coachman. Are we really all in agreement? Why do we have to... I'll wait until I get my hands on your... Beep-poo. Oh, this is very irritating. I'm begging your pardon, sir. I'm going to do the same. Ah, birds! Why do you have to punch fire for this? Whose idea was this? For the love of Mike, not you as well. A penny can be difference between a smile and a tear, after all. I certainly can't put my trust in someone who doesn't follow my exact standards for financial matters. Oh, really? I, for one, think it's proper if we heard from the witness again. Well done, Miss Widow, you did it. I can manage to change 2 more jurors' minds. We can force the trial to continue. 2 more. Actually, there's something else that bothered me about a couple of assertions. You must strike next. You must need to pit 2 more juniors against each other. Show the other innocent contradictions of assertions. Exactly. You can do it. Well, the scales of justice have shifted, but they still weigh heavily on the side of guilt. Ho ho ho! Council, you're the floor again. Continue with your summary explanation. I'm changing my name to Innocent. I'd like to hear this supposed bookkeeper say for himself. You stuck the chap right in like this. Brazen, must I say. Absolutely brazen. I've simply tried to collate the statements made thus far, drawing a logical conclusion.
Hold it!
What have you been doing all this time? What have you been doing all this time? Here. I should have thought it was obvious. I'm recording everything that takes place in part of these proceedings. And have you learned from that? For example, the moment in time, the judge has used his gavel 11 times in total. The prosecution has stored it visibly in the remarks several times in total. And I might add, each time you've looked at me like a simpleton. Thank you. And what was that point exactly? Alright, anyway, madam, can you explain why you're thinking the defendant is guilty? That's the conclusion I've drawn from the results of competent notes you've typed. Clearly, but you're asking why you've drawn that conclusion. Please don't distract me. It makes it extremely hard to keep working. This is going nowhere. Girl, be both trials and continue so I can get to the bottom of this corruption, not guilty essay. Let's get into a statement the poor man on the floor beggars belief. I think it's these two. You stuck the chap right next to him. He said the other one was on the floor and the other guy said he stabbed him on the thing. Yeah, so it's this blugger. So he thinks he stabbed him inside, but she thinks she stabbed him on the floor.
Objection!
Your just completely contradictory. Ho ho ho! What? Explain yourself, Counsel. Post haste. Oh, dearie me! What kind of needy jump on my other half? What the culprit? What's all this claptrap? Doesn't consider me, I ask you. I heard from more than one witness that they alleged saw the victim member was defendant was stabbed the victim. Now, out of curiosity, junior juror member 3? What? You found him barely here? He stabbed his knife into the desk. What an asshole. How do you say the defendant stabbed the victim? What sort of mission was it? Ha! That's me? I'll do you. Whatcha! Something like this. Stuck the fire right next to him, not even getting up, just like the prima biker said. Ho ho ho! Yes, fair play system, quite true. Now then, when you're member 6. Oh! Is that me, is it? Isn't it? What can I do for you, young man? How do you see the defendant was stabbing the victim, madame? Oh well, dear, as far as I can understand it, he was like this. Stabbed to the poor man after he'd collapsed on the floor. The coachman said so. Don't move. Looks like the two jurors. He stuck the fellow next to him without getting up. And he stabbed the poor man after he collapsed on the floor. Well, I never. They're stabbing totally different directions. What? Bless my stitches! What a muddle! That tells us that there's a strong possibility one of the witnesses isn't telling the truth. Oh! But why? Why the dickens would they lie? I don't know yet, but I do know that the trial ends at this point. Oh, did you watch Case 2? It was a closed room murder that turned into an accident, that turned into a murder, that turned into a misunderstanding. Now that has a lot of topsy-turvy. It's a shame we haven't seen Sherlock Sholmes in this episode. I like Sherlock Sholmes. Yes, it's just Sherlock Holmes with the H and S reversed, and he's even more eccentric. If this trial ends at this point, we'll never find out, we'll never know the real truth. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, can you really let that happen in all good consciousness? Lies, you say? Oh, dearie me! I cannot abide by telling lies! The scales! I don't believe it! It's on my channel. You can watch it. You can watch it after this. Don't leave. Please stay. Wait. It's my fellow juniors. I warned you. I cannot listen to this man. Look at him. He's a black suit. He's clearly some defeat is instant and sorcerer magic on all of us. If I could use magic, do you really think I'd be putting myself through all this? Now it's me this, Dark Jinx. Huh? Me? What exactly is your problem? What if the two witnesses have slightly different recollections of events? What of it? Let us say, the Sherlock guy stabbed the victim next to him in the numbers. Then the young man lady saw him. And then let's say the victim collapsed and falls, did stab Sherlock on the lip, and again. The old lady saw him do it. Well then. Who did that? Hmm? You go on dandy, sir. I'll take this knife to you. Yeah, you're calling us old? Why, I should take this needle to you. Oh, they really killed each other now. But could we perform and the jury be right? Then we like different moments of the crime. Out of the question. I have evidence of that. Unfortunately, Mr. 14. Huh? Yes, my lord. What is it, Dark Jinx? Come on out with it. What you're suggesting is impossible. Out of the question. What? What are you talking about, man? How can I probably say that? You don't realize that I'm only doing my job. The foreman and the jury. I respond to this steer everyone in the right direction. So where's your evidence, man? What do you want to see? Show the two witnesses two different moments of the crime. If you said that out of the question, then show me some proof. It looks like the only way to convince them is to present them with something you can't dismiss. An interview with some hard evidence. As you wish. What? I'll give you the proof. The other question is two witnesses saw two different moments of the crime scene. It's proven by, the picture of him being stabbed in the stomach and sitting up there.
Take that!
This clear piece of evidence, Mr. Foreman. If it's perfect precision. Oh, I see. I'm sorry to hear that. No one ever persuaded another. Really? Which of that fucking thing shows important information? Come on! Two different moments. In other words, the victim was stabbed two different times. The fucking post-mortem report, it says he's only stabbed once. The post-mortem says he was only stabbed once. What's going to do is going to cause the death of you talk of a single stab wound to the abdomen.
Take that!
This victim's autopsy report. According to what witness here, Mr. Manson was stabbed in the abdomen. Only once. Eh? Only once? Quite simple. This victim was stabbed precisely at one time. The witness can't possibly have seen two different scenes. Wait, I gotta do my objection. Where's my objection scene? Oh yeah, objection! Alright, I can see defeat! Bing bong. Wait. That means 4 jurors are now leading not guilty. We did in this scenario. We've won. What are you playing at, you dandy fool? Oi, shut your trap, sir! No one deceived me. But we had a consensus. Yeah, shut your trap. I'm no liar when I see one. And if the chap ever dares to cross the threshold of my shop, I'll take the razor sharp blade and take every last one of his hairs off his head. Please, he's a Please tell me he's a barber. Well, it's quite a remarkable turn of events. Defense seems to have flipped the balance of the scales of justice. The jury's now stand 2 guilty and 4 not guilty. Accordingly, there's no longer a large enough majority among the jurors to adjudicate. The trial must continue. I hereby ask the defense, the prosecution, the ministers to return to their places. I call upon you to continue your pursuit of the truth. We did it. I did it. That's right, we did it. We saved this guy from being hung. Wait, no. We sort of did it. Ho ho ho! Sir Lord Van Zeek, continue your substantial case for prosecution if you please. Blah! Blah! The scoundrel with rich abdomen crammed the committee held a chalice. It may seem crashed to dust. Blah! But pray forgive my discourtesy. Ho ho ho! Lord Zeke! It's cold here, or is it just me? Maybe his undead vampire-ness is leaking over to you. Blah! Your acquisitions at home, no doubt, says the person may not speak during a summation examination. So honor the deathly silence and listen to the charade. It seems I owe the message to the challenge of the jury. Well, no matter. There's nothing to hard to prove the self-evident truth, it would seem. No, where else would you be graced a courtroom with its presence after all? So, blah! Let's proceed to the next round of battle. My undead minions, attack him! I mean, bring forth the next witness. Yes. No, minion, a witness. Obviously not under hypnotic charm. I'm not a vampire. Witnesses. Blah, I tried to hold the examination. You just heard me in the door. You did that, sir? Yes, I did, sir. Of course I did heard it. Oh, yes, sir. I'm sorry it. Ho, ho, ho. On the end, the coachman believes his people. Yes, sir. My lord, sir. Oh, so by the previous testimony, you are attempting to avow presence of fifth member of the omnibus. You may be found guilty of perjury. I advise you to bear that in mind, sir. Oh, my dear. My dear. Now, now the witness, I clearly call the testifier once more to the court again. To explain the various misgivings brought to the attention of the defendant's summons examination. Witness testimony. Various misgivings. I click for all passengers then, I swear, but well, there are four of us that pay 5 pence for the bus. He fiddled us a fare, he did. When I saw that the blood curdling side, I was like, oh, that's all too much. But I tell you, Mr. Out stabbed the man. Everything I said before stands. Oh yes, stabbed him. He did. I think yes. Oh, Consul, make sense of this for me, please. Blah! The funds and fist powers you conjured into existence. Learn the Eastern Furnace never existed. Blah. I have confusion arisen from the customer. Just a little conscience. Huh? Oh, baby, explain yourself. I'm sorry, Good Master. The girl fares 4 pence across the road. You know that. I'm on sand. You've overcharged the passenger for penny a fare. It's the code. And this is Franklin's friend today. He's always assaulted me. You've been dishonest, coachman. I'm sorry. You're a disgrace, Bipper. A disgrace. Your selfish acts brought dishonor to the entire guild. If I may, sir. I had to pay 10 pence for the bus last week. What? Four passengers, 5 pence each. 20 pence. Well done. I might make 10 times my head. I just can't make a ritual come in differently. No, that's what figures. It would appear that one of the four misgivings have already been explained. So, counsel, for the defense, your cross-examination, if you please. We've already pursued the product examination next day, as you intend to continue with the parlor games. Absolutely. Cross-examination. Various misgivings. I gotta get 4 passengers that night. I swear. So you were only 4 passengers on the carriage, but you didn't charge them the standard 4 pence fare? Is that right? It is impossible to make the last run of the day pay. This is so got so cold. I couldn't stop myself passing out. I'm getting the chills as I was listening to you. This is terrible. I'm the perfect keep the bus running. Any passenger? You're digging a deeper hole for yourself here. If only there had been a fifth passenger on the only bus that night, then we would have another suspect. Blur. You stop saying blur, sir. No. I, for one, was told I had to pay 5 pence for the bus.
Hold it!
I mean, everyone on the board that night paid 5 pence instead of 4. I paid 5 pence too, sir. I just told you I did. It's not fair, 5 pence across the board. No, something's not something to be proud of. Blah, there's no good purpose and fifth friend and five nothing to sort. Much like the phantom killer you're desperately in need is gone, dead, buried. I've been happy if it never existed in the first place. It fiddled with a fairy, did. I saw that blood-curdling sight as well. All too much. This blood-curdling sight. You meant the murder I presume? Yes, sir. It's a loathsome sight. No one should have witnessed such a horror in the eyes of a man whole moment of his life. Oh well, I didn't exactly, sir. I mean, I didn't actually see the exact moment the gent got stabbed. Ho ho ho! Goodness gracious, really? Blah! The witness has told whoever. The beggar's already testified to it. The witness actually proposed was killed. Might turn to be very significant. As the beggar gent next to me sharp take a breath and see. And that's when I looked through the glass. I heard the brothman take a sharp and take a breath and look through the glass. Look him in the eyes, you asshole! That's when I saw this horrible blade poking out of the man's belly, covered in blood. Every time the knife now, I can't help but screaming even when I'm eating. I'll tell you, I saw him make your Superman, everything right before as I said before stands. You saw the defendant, Miss McGill, stabbing the victim. He was sitting next to him. That's right. That's what I said, isn't it? You look a little bit worried. It's probably before what this was. Just for this moment, he hesitated before answering the question. Anyway, the other two of them inside the carriage. There's one there. Blur. There's been much talk of the fifth passenger, but yet zero evidence. That's what I was waiting all this time for. Black and white. Man's guilty. Something about Miss Fairplay says to me just jars me. Let's work out what it was. Oh yes, something yes I did. I think yes.
Hold it!
Earlier, they testified that you saw the moment when the defendant was allegedly stabbed the victim, didn't you? Oh yes, that's right. You said the victim was on the floor. Described this holding a knife. Described holding a knife in an ice pick grip. I suppose I might have, yes. Oh God, I might even put the cart before us, maybe. Ho ho ho! What is this? Oh, I'm quite sure I'm down to most of it. Driving the horses. I thought I scream from the roof. I heard a scream from the roof deck. Oh, I thought that was me from me, sir. Turn around. Yes, I saw it. Through the sky. The gentleman was on the floor. Nice, out of his midriff. That's right. The fellow holding the handle. That's right. A man, a fellow holding the handles. You can't see. Wait, you can't see from when the. So in short, you didn't see the moment the victim was stabbed. You can't see from where the guy was. Exactly. Add this to the chest ready also. I really but when I got over it again, in my head, No, I suppose I didn't actually see this moment they were stabbing, did I?
Ruth!
You got something to say, Governor?
Excuse me.
You have something to say about that, Mr. Fairplay? Now listen here, listen to me. I don't know what you're thinking. Did you really see the exact moment the fellow was stabbed? What are the chances of that? Are you asking me or telling me? He's getting flustered. Might be able to extract some new information from me if I answer carefully. You just happened to see the exact moment the crime was committed? No chance. Well, it's a little hard to believe, certainly. Unless you spend your time peeping through the skylight at the top of the omnibus, that is. Peeping? I'm a Bitwell City banker, I'll have you know. I know what I saw. I remember it clear as a brilliant day. The grim scene. Don't mind me telling you. Thank you, Mr. Flappy. Oh, see me. I'm getting a little hot under the collar, Lord. Oh, I just submit your testimony. The clear statement you just exactly saw. Oh, I can do that all right. Just tell me how grim it was. You think we're getting the sight of the blood-soaked hands covering the butcher's stab? There we go. The blood-soaked hands. He was wearing gloves, bitch.
Objection.
Blood-soaked hands? Well, I admit the soak might be lying a little thick, but anyway, there was definitely blood cover all over them. Both of them were covered in it. I'm very sorry to disagree with you, Mr. Fairplay, but a little particular. What? You see the gloves worn by the defendant, Mr. Guard, on the night of the question? Oh yeah? Right. He certainly does appear to be sizable dark-coloured stains there. But, as I'm sure you certainly can see, it's only on the right hand of the glove. Blah. Arrgh. In short, Mr. Fairplay, the testimony is inconsistent. But, no! Can't be right. I need to add the objection as one of my emotes. Oh, so you're lying then? Gah! That's right. You're quite the clean about you, I said. With both hands. Mr. Fairplay, your last statement was a lie. It calls your entire testimony into question. You saw the moment the victim was stabbed, but is that really the truth? Wrong. Well,
Objection.
Objection. It was a simple mistake. You can't justify accusing the man of lying. Yes, both hands are only one. The fact remains. The victim's blood was the victim's blood was on the accused. No. Fairplay's categorically stated he saw blood on all over both hands, which means there's a strong possibility that witness was deliberately trying to mislead the court. But why the city banker like pity's sake? Why would it be his gold standard? I'm a gentleman. Not a gutter snipe. Standing member of society. Not a provocate. He's claiming not to have reason to lie. But that's really the case. Mr. Nabado, if you had some evidence explaining why Mr. Fairplay might be lying, you could turn the tide on the trial completely. Something that shows some compelling reason to his testimony. I have evidence. My lord. Yes, counsel. Ho-ho. The defense would like to present evidence. Ho-ho! By Jove, are you sure? Ho-ho! Damn, I'm missing up Sanders' voice. Yes, the evidence will certainly demonstrate why Mr. Fairplay had reason to lie in his testimony. Ho-ho-ho! Very well. Hereby call on the defense to present the evidence. Evidence that demonstrates motive for witness at the exception of the court. Maybe it's among the defendants listed as evidence. Bruce Fairplay would be due to repay his loan imminently.
Take that!
Take list of debtors owed money to Mr. McGild. Blur! Blur? Yes, the list of innocent victims crippled by accursed extortion. point is, amongst the names of the deputies is your name. Mr. Bruce Fairplay. Ho ho ho! What? Mr. Fairplay, you're currently indicted of financially to the accused. No, well, it's really what's being called a debt. According to the ledger, you owe 20 guinea, which is incredibly fair sum of money, wouldn't you say? Gah! Well, what of it? If you suppose Miss Magard were to be found guilty of murder, what would become your debt in that case? See, the debt state loan agreement is forged between you two individual parties. Therefore, the creditor, the defendant here, is sentenced to capital punishment. All the outstanding debts owed to him will be annulled, and they will be never cease to exist. Cease to exist? Mr. Fairplay, you're not. It's not the case that you claimed the testimony is something. I completely butchered that sentence. It's not the case that you claimed your testimony to have something you never ceased fact or saw, but the deed attempt to annul your debt for 20 guinea to the defendant. Grah! Order! 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 Mr. Bruce Fairplay. Yes, my lord. My lord. Let me ask you again. And be aware that answering the mysterious implications upon your future, sir. Did you not see the precise moment, the time in which the defendant allegedly had victim knife stabbed into the victim? Is it gonna be a freak out? Please be a freak out. I love freak outs. Speak your silence speaks volumes. You do not see the truth do not tell the truth of your testimony. Alright. I'm not mistaken man alone out of this. Perhaps I did overstate the truth a pinch. But mistakes no difference. I definitely remember seeing blood in Miss McGall's hands, both of them.
Objection.
And yet you only have the defendant's glove which here the evidence is stained. So you keep saying. I wonder if I be allowed to speak, sir? Ho! Go ahead, Mr. Faust. First. Well, the thing is, I remember seeing it myself as it happens. Seeing what? The blood, sir, on his son's hands. I think, yes. I'm sure of it was on both of these hands, not just one. What? What? Blech. We're going to need further testimony from all of the world witnesses. This time, I'd like to precisely say what did you and did not see. Or you'll go on the naughty list and you'll get cold for Christmas. Again. And to make myself perfectly clear. Yes! Mr. Namino, good news. The cause of the trials has been shifted slightly at last. Come on, chance to turn things around here. What the witnesses really saw. What are the quotation marks around that? Not much really. I got the jury fighting against each other, so they overturned the guilty verdict. And this turns out this guy was lying because he's in debt to the guy. So now everyone's pissed off at him. There was blood on the hand of the assailant. I sincerely distinctly remember that. However, I suppose you might say that I didn't see the exact moment the stabbing transpired, if that matters. I remember seeing the knife, and I remember seeing both of the attacker's hands with blood on them. I didn't exactly see anything myself. No, I don't know until I heard that scream. And anyway, fact remains, there can't be anyone else inside the carriage, or we would have seen. Ho! Lo and behold, in truth of the fact, none of you witnessed the crucial moment the crime was perpetrated. I apologise, my lord, but honestly, there was no one else inside the carriage, and the man's hands were covered in blood. Grr. There's so much accrued evidence that testimony to saying the old man did it. That's really not testimony's about. Blah! Let's examine the chair of the omnibus once more. The victim's first blur. The victim's face was clearly visible in the seat, according to witnesses' accounts. In other words, substantial, no significant change in the fact of the case. Very well. Proposition, please, counsel. Yes, my lord. What the witnesses really saw. There was blood on both the hands, Sailor's hands. Surely didn't remember. I distinctly remember that. No, the evidence tells us otherwise. The gloves the defendant wearing on the in question, the court record. Well, I'm aware of that, sir, but nonetheless. I know what I saw. I stand by it. The man's blood on both his hands. He definitely even faced the bold part evidence. He steadfastly refused to admit he might be mistaken in what he saw, but why? Blur! Your reasoning is dire. Blur. A hand or two of the standard perfume remained unchanged. Minutes after the grim crime, the victim's blood dripped gently from the accused's fingers. However, I suppose I might have didn't see the exact moment the stabbing transpired, if that matters. What do you try? Don't try to downplay this. When whether or not you saw the exact moment of the crime is a matter of fundamental importance to us, you know. But I'm crying out loud. All I know is no one else could have possibly have done it. I just trying to save us some time. Well, 25 gain was outstanding with the defendant, did you not? You had hoped to release yourself from that financial burden by ensuring the defendant was found guilty. Not entirely did not was. That's not entirely not what I was not hoping for. Not ugh. I just lost a little Genya or 10. I backed the wrong horse in the derby. That's all, girl. I was going to win it all back. The next fixture's the weekend. A sure thing. Huh. A little Genya or 10. I'm a banker. Those brats are to borrow a little spending money for the weekend. I think you have revealed another more about your characters than they're brigand for, sir. Blur, the witness scripture is no trial in here. Blur, receive the net witness. This is really how it's supposed to work. I remember seeing the knife. I remember seeing Bertie attack his hands. There's blood on them.
Hold it!
You definitely saw it, Drew. The blood on both hands. Yes, sir. I mean, I know what you're going to say. Only one of Mr. Glove's hands has any blood on it. Ho ho ho! That's right. The thing is, as far as I remember, sir, when I looked down Miss McGold sitting beside the other fellow, I didn't believe he was wearing any gloves at all, sir. He wasn't wearing gloves? That's correct, sir. I saw the blood on both bare hands quite clearly. It's true, the dark skin tan gloves leather easy to see. Blah! Horse on boil. Wait, no, I'm not casting a spell. I should point out that police officer who represented the accused on that question reported that there was no trace of blood on Miss McGill's gloved hand. There wasn't blood on his hands. Ho ho ho! This is puzzling indeed. But the puzzle I give children every Christmas. Or socks. Kids love socks, don't they? Must be a significant show, I'm sure of it. I didn't actually see anything, sir. I'm not here all through screen. You didn't see anything? Yes, sir. Not to say that it didn't, sir. I'm very sorry that's such a board, but I'm very, very sorry, yes, sir. I was very wrong to make up stories. So I'm stabbed the man. Would you agree, sir? I know you're insinuating, but I sure he wasn't making up stories. Still, you saw nothing right either, is it? It is? That's nothing at all. Mr. Beepo, you were driving horses. Your horses. At the very least, you must have enjoyed the usual London streets, no? Oh please, you didn't even see that. All you see, all I could do is keep on passing it, sir. My head was fairly frozen solid. Sorry, sir. Blah! It would seem prudent to avoid terrible last omnibus service to London cold winter nights. By a pow! Ugh! Anyway, fucking minds. There couldn't be anyone else inside the carriage, or we would have seen it. Everything you saw in the incident through the skylight, the roof, and the omnibus. That's right. The fierce cold night, but the glass wasn't frosted over. Oh yes, I remember shivering. It was so bitter. Ho ho ho! First begs the question: why did the pair of you sit on the roof of the deck in the first place? Well, I don't know about young fellows, but I couldn't enter the cabin. Oh? Why not? It was locked from the inside. I tried knocking, but no one opened the door. It was locked? That's right! The public bus service, for Pete's sakes! That was called fair play. Yes, I had the same experience. I tried the knocking, but the judgment suggested to me to clear off. I had no choice but to climb on top of the roof of the deck and sit down along the warm cabin below. Well, I can assure you, I wasn't looking down. I was glaring long and hard. That's why I tell you there was absolute confidence. If there was anyone else in the cabin, I would have noticed. Blah! Unequivocal, I would say. I'm not so sure about those two witnesses. Have there really been anything? You've seen everything on the bus? Was there a picture of the bus, like of the video of the view somewhere? Because they're sitting on the back seat looking forward. There's a whole luggage compartment on the back right. They would be able to see. But it's directly underneath them. If they're looking through this way, they wouldn't be able to see out. Let me to confirm one thing, Mr. Fairplay. You're riding in the omnibus. In the windows events cabin through the skylight on the roof floor on the upper deck. Is that right? That's right, yes. In that case, there is a portion of the interior that you would be outside of. What? By golly, really? Obviously, at this stage, you can't say for sure, but probably cannot be denied. But at the time of the incident, there could have been another passenger enclosed in the cabin of the omnibus.
Objection!
Enough your blur! Enough your hypothetical misrenderings, my Napoleon friend. The prosecution demands you submit your claims. After all, the scene of the crime is here, in the flesh. Oh, very well. I'll follow the judgment's demand. You find the error on this cross section of the planned omnibus. What exactly the omnibus you're suggesting that the extra passenger could not be situated?
Take that!
Both rows of seats of the roof face the direction of travel. There's a seat enclosed in the cabin face each other, which means the visible part of the cabin which passes you on the roof deck see through the skylight is drawn here. Ah, that's right, my lord. As you can see, the seat opposite the end of the victim the attacker was sitting was obscure from view. In other words, if someone had been sitting on that seat, it's quite possible the witness would have been completely unaware of it.
Objection!
Blair, it's quite possible the Phantom was sitting there. You know, Unipercents have a forbidding habit of obscuring the truth with ambiguity. I can care if the prosecutions. Ho ho ho! I can tell the prosecution's rejoinder. In British court of law, evidence is paramount. I cannot entertain this conjecture, counsel. That is, unless you have put a name to this mysterious passenger from Lude. Can you, Mr. Number? Honestly, I don't know who could it have been. It would have been in the other seat, which was out of sight from the windows of the roof deck. He's missing a button here. That missing button's gonna be very important. I have honestly no idea. I have literally no idea. But a proud citizen of the Japanese Empire. You will look into the skies and walk on, meaning there's signs that tears are gone. Go on. This isn't just a case of going on, Mr. Citizen. Alright then, I'll go on then. Defense. Let's put forward a name. Where'd you get the chalice from? Blair, you are a fool. That response is definitely a attempt at a man who has no notion of his own limitations. Blair. Drink this blood! Oh, get your power. I mean, a toast! The hard lesson learned. Let's not delay, Counsel. Defense will name the passenger on the other seat. This could be it. The chance I've been waiting for to turn in my favor. On that night of the murder, the person occupying the seat that the captain was confused was. What if it was Menga's Guile? And the prince said Nixon was actually the murderer. No. The old man's driving the cart. It can't be him. These two are guaranteed on the roof. We never saw the face of the person next to him. And if he was... And he actually told us that the other one. This one? Bruce Fairplay? The victim. That's big was Menga's Guile. I reckon it was Menga's Guile, because he says at the start, when you first met him, he says he woke up and reached across the aisle to stop the blood. It means when he woke up, he was looking straight at him, which means he was hidden from view.
Take that!
Person with the close cabin with his fate of the sea had been Magus McGuiled. Mr. McGuiled? What are you talking about? Counsel? The name of the defendant?
Objection!
May the fumes of my vampire blood spread through the I mean, if I decree the chamber smashing a hollow chalice, forgive me my discourtesy. Ho, Dr. Lundberg. Blair, the people talk tiny island nation far east as having learned a culture of their own. But I see the terms are elevated. What are you trying to say? Let me explain the terms the student on this Blackwater self can understand. When the body of scene unfolded, the victim and his assailant were sitting side by side. One would have attested to the fact. This is the precise moment that the case was built.
Objection!
But then that premise may be wrong. Blah! Nani? If the victim really was sitting beside Mr. McGild, it creates an inconsistency that could be reconciled in any way. Ho ho ho! What's that inconsistency, Counsel? The face guys, my lord. Both witnesses made the same testimony. They claimed that there were blood on both hands of the witness sitting in the victim.
Objection!
Blur, yeah, we know otherwise. The gloves are very gory and mates. The point is, even if faced with interfered evidence of both witnesses maintained their stance. Ho ho ho! Yes, the testimony remains unchanged. Exactly. Both admittedly swear they clearly remember seeing blood on both hands of the assailant. In short, the memories are correct. The testimony revealed the truth. Somebody else sitting beside the victim that night, the third party we've meant to identify. The victim's blood was on the passenger's hand, both of them.
Objection!
Blair, what's this third party? Obviously, the true culprit. Ho ho ho! Extraordinary! Order! Ho ho ho! Order! 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 We're all getting coal again! Or socks! Yes, socks, the new coal! Where exactly are you postulating? Blair, the fence is postulating. Yes, I took my friend's sword, so I now wear the sword. And even though Naruto is afraid of swords, he carries the sword with him. The defense postulates just that. There's nothing more than conjecture. Blair, the witness has clearly stated the victims saw the accused. But when elaborating on the testimony, Fairplay said two of them were wearing hats. You couldn't exactly make out their faces. Yes. Top of their heads were obscured by the roof. I could see the rest of them though. Yes, that's right. Both dudes were certainly hatted. Hatters did not notice anything much there. Ho ho ho! More particular styles that the two judgments sort of were. Spot. I'm afraid I don't remember. And you call yourself a hatter? Blur! The style makes no difference. The third party passengers in the cabin. How can you be sure? Blur, if it had been, accused with regard, we undoubtedly have been offered this dispose the fact. I urge your proposal there's more explanation. The accused felt the notice of presence of the two culprits in the very cabin in which he travelled. Get. He's right. There's another person travelling in the enclosed cabin of the omnibus. It's innocent if inconceivably Mr. had been aware of it. Ho ho ho! Order! There's only a simple situation problem. There, bring the accused Mr. McGill to the stand. Well, what do you say, Counsel? Blair, the prosecution objects, my lord. Ho ho ho! On what grounds? Blair, I just suspect they are already made full of statements of the police. But what if the reason why he was unable to speak freely? Blair, Mrs. McGill is an undocumented ruffian. Blair, if it turns out the man has been withholding information, you can be sure it would have been most deliberate act. Counsel of the defense, what is your opinion? My lord? Should I or not? Yes, we need to hear what he has to say in order to find out the truth. The defense would like to call Mr. McGowan to the stand. In that case, hear the opinion of the jury. Yes, my lord. Oh yes, I need a little more time to consider this. If you ask me, I think we should hear what Mr. McGowan wants to say. Go on, get the man out of here, I say. It would be totally illogical to hear them. It would be totally illogical not to hear his testimony. Oh, something I did the same doing. Get done, sure, right thing to guild. I'm hearing what the president of my favorite little park has to say. Oh yes, that would be lovely. Yes, the jury must be heard. Woo-hoo-hoo, very well. According to the defendant's testimony, bailiff told the defendant to stand at once. Oh, yes, good to hear the stand. Oh, I can't wait to hear this. Mommy, what's he doing? Mommy, why is that man? Why is that man a funny color? Don't be racist, dear. Bloody crowd. Everyone's a character. I've literally made the judge stand up because that's the first thing I thought of when I saw him. Mr. McGild, have you been listening to the discourse of the day? To be sure, my lord. There's two matters we should decide from you. The first, whether or not there was a third party with you in the omnibus cabin proposed by the defense. And the second, if that's such a person indeed present, why did you not conceal your friends from the police? Oh no, 'tis not my nature to hide nothing at all. Blair, just answer the question, please. The truth of the matter is, I've been desperate about this all along. 2 years of keeping me mouth shut. Tell us what, Mr. McGill. The fine father represented me absolutely right. The carriage on the night was here for the other man. There was another passenger. Oh, it's true. Aye, 'twas me who helped the little urchin get away after all had happened. You what? Blur, no, Miss McGill. That convenient excuse you'll have to save now. I'm truly sorry, I am Lord of the Kinks. I'm sure you'll be waiting to know why I'm nothing when taking this place. I do have a very good reason, I assure you. Which was? Well, the little child was in the wrong place at the wrong time, and not to have anyone involved, you see. What? If the police had known the wee one was there, they'd have assumed she'd done it, and they'd hold her into the courtroom just like myself. I was only trying to spare her that. You young in hearts, young minds, easily damaged, my lord. I know the young child of whom you speak. That I do not know. Ho! You don't know? Aye, well, we things happened to be in the carriage that night. I never saw her before.
Objection!
Blur, absolutely no reason to believe this man. Person calls for a witness statement to be disregarded to the court. You know, I wouldn't be surprised if the urchin isn't in the courtroom as we speak. Listen to proceedings. What? Ah! Smoke! Ah! Fire! There's a fire! Look! Someone's trying to get away! After them! It's no use! Cough off! I can't see anything with all the smoke! What's going on? Be careful, Mr. Minotto! Cover your face! Bailiff! I'll turn the vampire and chase him! I mean, Bailiff, don't let the accuser escape! Let's go with the omnibus! I hear what I call emergency recess! Bailiff! Show the defendant's custody here, courtroom! Wow, about 2.5 hours to the first break. Hurry to remove the smoke-filled courtroom from the bailiff. Amidst the scene, the chaos stumbled over another feather chamber. We had no idea what was happening. We knew was that for a little time at least, a trial was suspended. The first break. To be continued. Right now! I only lost one life. I got my life back now. But I'm gonna quickly duck out to the toilet, so I'll be back in literally a few seconds. Okay, I'm back. I also took a swig of milk to help cure my throat a bit. The old lady's voice hurts. What on earth just happened in there? Mr. Nado, you might find out what happened. How convenient, Mr. Nado. I was told in advance from the smoke. I was told in advance from a smoke grenade. Double exploding device that releases smoke. Smoke grenade? Sounds like some sort of thing ninjas use. They just make sure things is safe now. I think the trial is about to start again like before. But who would have done something like that? Police managed to catch someone who was trying to flee the courtroom apparently. Flee the courtroom? Why? Well, it's a young girl around 15 I hear. A young girl? Then could it be? The other passenger that Miss McGill was talking about. My thoughts exactly. She wasn't lying. Oh, wait, what's become of Mr. Guile actually? There's many things I need to ask him about, but he's not here. I think he was summoned to the prosecutor's end to ask him to answer a few questions. Along with the young girl. Who is she? I wonder. What was she even doing here at the trial? You're taking curious for what purpose possible in it to herself. Another matter is troubling me. What's that? The 20 pence. Oh, according to the coachman, Mr. Beepo, he took 4 passengers that night, fare of 5 pence each. That comes to a total of 20 pence exactly. Actually, it's in the fact of 5 passengers, which means figures don't seem to add up again. She's right. That's strange. Counsel for the Oi, oi, oi! The counsel for the defense kindly proceed to the courtroom. Oi, oi, oi! The trial is about to recommence. Oi, oi, oi! Oh, thank you, officer. We'll go straight away. Well, wherever she is, the mentioned young girl will be asked to take the stand for testifying now. I really can't imagine she's going to say. Better alter the direction of the trial. We'll know soon enough. Yes. '18th of February, 1 p.m. The old Bailey courtroom. There's a young girl next to me, guard. Wait. Is that the girl from the? Is that the murderer from the first trial? The girl, the Swan girl? She's the one who caused the difference before. Well, ho ho ho! What a rather eventful first. The court will now resume the trial of Mr. McGild. Now then, Lord Van Zeek. Blair, my lord. Oh, I don't believe his death was caused of the smoke, which is failed proceedings earlier. Simply made an advanced form of smoke grenade, sort of typically employed by the army. Goodness gracious, the army? What in the devil's name? Blair, it was an elaborate attempt the young girl to cloak her escape from the public gallery. But she was caught. And now just buys the sand. Her name, girl? Are you responsible for the smoke grenade which is from the courtroom? What's the meaning of this deplorable behavior? If I may, my lord. Yes, Mr. McGild. I think perhaps you ought to explain it here. Why were we last here in the first place? Why she tried to bolt like that? Just all the end of events of that night. So is it so? Very well, Miss McGill. Give your testimony. You explain the court exactly how the young woman involved in the case. Blah. What did happen that night? It's not like a defense lawyer needs that information or anything. The defense has never told anything in these games. This is testimony. The young girl. On the night in question, I thought the seat in the omnibus promptly nodded off. Then, bogah! A loud thud with a wee scream woke me up from my fight. The fellow collapsed to the floor at my feet. I sat him up and sat across me. When I turned out to find out the scream, bless my soul, what did I find? There was a child in there, all curled up in a ball, hiding her wee self away. Ho ho ho! Somewhat baffled by the confession from the gathering in question. The young girl was indeed riding on the bus, correct? 'Tis exactly, the Fence Council said. This last fifth passenger, my lord. Very well. Yes, ma'am. Of course, let me do this. Yes, my lord. Or rather, no. I have no idea where to start. Blah. On the question, I took a backseat in the omnibus. Probably not at all. When you first got to the omnibus, was any passengers already aboard? There was not. The cabin was completely empty. There was only one on the roof. There was no one on the roof deck either. You're the first passenger there was, I see. Aye. I thought it took me side. I was comfortable with this. Could you explain exactly what you mean by the back seat? By all means, just how you already described it earlier. Talking about the seat opposite of the one which the poor gentleman was stabbed both in. Like I said, it's most comfortable where I feel the most ease. Of course, I do enjoy gazing at the skylight from time to time as well. From the Boris loud thud, we screamed woke me up a first start. I thought you say scream? Aye, that's right. I can explain it. It was like the sound of someone falling into the ground. The sort of noise. So you think it was the sound of Mr. Mason falling to the floor being stabbed? Well, now, you remember, I was asleep at the time, so I wouldn't like to say. The time that I woke up, my eyes open. There wasn't a soul to be seen in the carriage, but the fellow on the floor. But you didn't see anyone? But at the same moment, you hear a scream. From the seat above you on the roof deck, I presume. Not above me, my lord, no. This was inside the cabin. But I wasn't altogether thinking about the scream. No, I was too stunned by the separate sight of the member for my eyes. There was a fellow collapsed on the floor at my feet, so I sat him up across the seat. You set him up, the victim, you mean? But I did. The seat across from me. I said I could plenty of poor devils already gone. And I wouldn't leave the dead man just lying on the floor now, would ya? It's common courtesy, so it is. Blah, I find it a little hard to believe. Alright, that's all again. Well, now why would that be? Blah, you awoke to find the man laying dead at your feet in the carriage a normal person would hail a cabman. Anyway, upstanding member of London society it is, that is. Well now, as you know, I'm something of a special line of business. Business of lending... It's business of extraordinary rates of interest. Unfortunately, my lord, not everyone is thankful for the help I offer of them. And for some, who didn't see me dead. So I do try, to whenever possible, avoid getting myself in tangles of trouble. Are you suggesting you were just going to leave the man there? Oh heaven alive, no! I was always intended to report what I saw. Only I had the mind to find out why the wherefore first. The why and wherefore? Right, you are. There are some details I wanted to understand before I got into any meddling. The wee scream I heard, for example, wouldn't be good stuff just the same. Yes. The scream I heard from the same time as the thud of the victim collapsing. Then I turned to find out where the scream came from. Bless my soul, what did I find? I'm afraid I don't understand. I saw the told you that there was no one else in the carriage except for yourself and the victim. So I did, sir, so I did. As far as I could see, that's it. What do you mean by that? I heard when I woke up. Okay, excuse the vulgar expression. Under my backside. Goodness gracious. Under your backside? When I lifted the seat in which I had been sitting, I found there was a wee cubby hole there for storage. Doctor, you damn the only bus ourselves, remember? Yes, of course. Was there something I missed? There was something I missed. This seat has a handle, it seems. The storage compartment, but there's nothing in here. It's totally empty. Something doesn't seem right here. I can't put my finger on what it is. I can't look at the bottom of the floor. Can't turn the camera down that low. It's too powerful. Wait, I can. I can click. That's blood, isn't it? Is something wrong? It's just, well, this blood stain is obviously, that's all. The advanced made no mention of it. I suppose it does seem a little strange. Why do I have such a bad feeling about this? We got time to look through around inside. I literally just did that, bitch. That's what I found her. There's a child in there, curled up in the ball, hiding a wee self away. You think she was hiding herself? Aye, that's right. 'Twas in the dim lamplit, but she was all curled up in a wee ball when her eyes did meet as well. I suddenly stopped beating in my chest. You're really overreacting to this. Still and all, pulled her out from under there and sat her on the seat opposite so I could have a wee chin wag with her. The opposite seat? That's right. Let's next to the dead gentleman there. You said the young girl next to a corpse, sir? Well, I'm sorry I mentioned. The gentleman who was in my position can often find himself in mortal danger. So, I need to find out who she was, its urchin was, you see. And while I was in the middle of taking it with her, I heard another scream. The fellow's voice this time. Assuming that's the scream that was Mr. Faust, who was sitting in the roof deck seats. Right you are again, I would say, sir. Looking down through the skylight, after seeing this young girl and the gentleman with the knife in his belly. In other words, Bruce did not in fact see you at all, Miss McGard. I believe that you self-victim was in fact the girl and Miss Benson. Aye, my lord. I was thinking everyone understands now. Step back to the carriage, out of sight. Certainly plausible. It is somewhat smooth in his nature. I'm rather confused perhaps the young girl. After that, of course. With the scream from the gentleman above us, the driver realized something was wrong and pulled up the horses. Thank you, I've heard enough. The event expired cleared my mind. However, this one conundrum remains. Who is the girl? Check your naughty list, bitch. Her name? Gina Litchard, my lord. She's a chancer, earns a crust among the large crowd, revealing people of their person. She's a pickpocket. Commonly known as a pickpocket. What? This girl here is a petty thief? Order! Order! Ho ho ho! Is this true, Miss Lusted? Miss Lusted, you answer the question. Mark! How How dare you? What's the meaning of this? Wait. I just noticed something. Wasn't that Herlock Sholmes' gun? Yeah, she's gone. Open your eyes. I'm over here. Goodness gracious, how? And the point is that little said step. I know what? You're lot thinking grown-ups all the same. Don't you little damn dipper. All you're saying is slipping and gotten job a job. She got herself back into the corner because she's knifed a gent. Go on. Watch that ends, ain't ya? Ain't I? Not at all. Jesus Christ, her accent's thicker than the other guy. Look, nice of cowards. Only thugs use words like that. All you need is what I do for these fingers. I'm a professional, right? Maybe not in the eyes of the pride of what I do. Let me guess. You don't count smoke guns among weapons for thugs. Oh, this was a bang lift of the other day. Down my from a four-wheel drag. That's in it. I think the pink's the best. Ah, don't wave that thing in my direction again. Blah. So, will you admit you're riding the omnibus and another question? Tis alright, lass. You can tell them the truth now. Alright, yeah. Just like the Irishman said. Of course, because the little girl, the valid significant witness of the case. According to the young lady, we will now hear your testimony if you please. You'll tell us exactly what happened the night the You tell us exactly the night that happened, the omnibus night in question. Alright, if I have to. What the girl saw. So I stuck inside the carriage before I hooked up the oars. That's like always. But alright with the old waste of time. There ain't nothing that showed me trouble that night. To tell ya, I can't be these blinding things hiding places pitch in there. After a while, I hear this loud bang, nearly jumped at my skin. I did not scream, I just came out. It was all because all that stuff found me dipping away in my mind. I can't do that accent with a girly voice. So you have to deal with the most manly little girl thief ever. Yes, she'll let you. Ho ho ho! I've understood why you let the street urchin go, McGild. Howard, just simply myself, my lord. You see, I couldn't possibly have killed the other passenger. I knew it for a fact. How? As I'm sure I said before, sir. I was sitting right on top of the place where she was hiding herself. I think the demonstration was called for. This is where I was sat right night, in the cubby hole which had the spoken. It's underneath the up soon. This appears to be large enough to accommodate someone's girl's stature. Aye, and of course, we lads are stuck in there. Because I parked myself a seat during the duration. So you see, though felt less bolt, I knew the police would find her there, they'd automatically assume she'd done it. But I couldn't leave it with myself, young life, ruined when all the time I knew she was innocent. Even though we must realize your action would result in your own incrimination, came into question. Not at all, my lord. Not at all. I knew in my own heart that I was innocent. So I thought it was worth taking a punt on my own good name for the sake of the less fortunate lass. My goodness. Oh, perfect, gentlemen! My lord! This is a fine example of a man who could possibly be guilty of heinous crime like this. I chain myself to bounding you, sir. There's just one holdout. It's got a good reason here. It's clear that truth is every time. Oh, it's everyone saying innocent. Saints alive! All 6 members of the jury consider the leanings of the victim not guilty. What the hell the press? No, sorry, this must mean that what? That we're victorious. We have won? Are you sure?
Objection!
I ripped my pants, but it's worth it to be dramatic. This is really a criminal example of the one fundamental flaw in the British judicial practices. With evidence reasoning should be paramount, immersion rules the day. Immersion. Blair, the witness last statement gave us clear insight into the truth's true nature. What do you mean by his true nature? Blair, do you think Scotland Yard would have made such a glorious omission? For instance, the only boss was completely search with officers of the police. Hopefully the interior of this cubby hole was included their investigation. The one underneath the poster seat was full of the coachman's belongings. It noted the black and white here, the police report. Oh, good lord. The evidence has been tampered with. Also corroborated with Middlegar's story. Someone unlawfully removed everything underneath the seat. What? Order! How could this be such a devious contrast possibly being defended without counsel? Blair naturally acknowledged the defiances of the possibility of allowing us to have this happen. However, I assure you, when the woman was wheeled into the courtroom this morning, the compartment under the seat was not empty. Well, my Napoleon friend? Me? Blair, the carriage has submitted the evidence. The others you examined in fine detail. You will say a self-respecting impressions here by law. Pray, what did you find the conditioner underneath the seat compartment to be? Oh, I'm sure the indictment was able to clear up Jiffy. Sorry. Go ahead. Tell them the courtroom, fella. How this elaborate excuse given by Lord Thanks. Okay, do you have something to say on this matter? I'm a presenter. What can I say about the state of the little compartment underneath the seat of the mice? Yes. I'm fairly sure it was empty. If I'm honest, my memories all about this is a little hazy. I looked, it was empty. As I suspected. Seen by Lord, is entirely such as a street wine-based merchant. What's that, son? Perfect. That's why the fellow represented me after all. He knows just what to say, does he not? Well now, I think the argument is moot. The truth of the matter is as well as to see after all. That there's a cubby hole underneath the seat. It's empty as the devil's heart. So it is. I'm sure of that at least. Why do I feel like something's not right here? I let the jury to weigh on this matter, I think. The comment is on the house equipment used to maintain the smooth ride in the carriage. The guild rules said the omnibus should probably be full equipment at all times. I'm so certain it wouldn't have been empty that night in question. People wasn't responsible. The money line fits a pig line. believe I'm nearly taken in. Stik and Rich are always snickers. Nothing but cowards, a lot of them. What? Oh no. That's a trick. Of course it's a trick. Sorry. Quite so. I must concur here. Climbing calculated reason, I'd rather clear the truth at a different time. But every time the truth is different, it seems. Blah, my lord, I hope we exhibit the scale of justice. Clearly, the verdict is not guilty this time would be horribly inappropriate. Thank you, counsel. Before we proceed any further, it is a matter of outstanding cross-examination. Counsel, for defense, your question witness, please. Yes, my lord. What the fuck just happened? The whole balance of sound just almost beyond recognition. The Reaper of the Ballet. Is that work, it seems. So I stuck inside the carriage before the old duck horses, just like always. So you were already in the omnibus before you even set off? Yeah, well, I mean, what's the point of spending a journey for a few bobs, eh? That's a rum idea, ain't it? It means no point spending money to make money. That actually makes sense. Counsel, may I remind you this girl is a petty thief. Can only refrain from entertaining her threats. Well, it does clear up a little mystery at the fairs and all. 4 paying passengers, 5 pence, bacon, 20 pence, $2. One little sacrifice, rent free. The red clunk driver always goes for some grub before I set off here, you see. So I slipped into the carriage, got myself in under the seat. Nice and easy, right? Behind the point was full equipment for the coach, you know. Yeah, there's brushes and buckets and whatnot on there, sure. I always chuck all of them out, cram in the corner somewhere. No one ever seems to bother much. And yet, according to the report filed by the police officer that first arrived at the scene, the compartment was full of such befuddlement. Well, I don't know nothing about that. Like I said, I moved all the stuff so I couldn't hide under the seat. That's all I can tell you. Oh, so we're free to enter the line of inquiry. Continue. But I was right. All waste of time. I got nothing to show for me troubles that night. Waste of time? Why is that? Well, most nights I go on my own little God permit at the least some of the old times. I beg your pardon. What did you say? God permit? Oh yes. Well, what my kind call it is say the other boss, I suppose. The point is, any normal run in the carriage ain't got no one in it for a while. And when you came out of your hiding place to get away, that's it. Only on that night, the carriage was sat on my seat from the start. Oh, he didn't budge all day, did he? Not an inch. He was totally stuck. It to me that you're present in the carriage for the duration. I was the entire time the whole events unfolded and closed in the cabin. Yeah, right, mister. To be sure. I was shocked as anyone. I don't expect to lift in a cushion to be sat on by a fine child now, do you? So it couldn't possibly be the culprit then. I tell you, I couldn't see a blind thing in my place. Pitch black in there. So you couldn't see into the cabin at all. What a job. Most nights I push a cushion up, wave my head, look around the crack. I can't even. Then I've butchered so I could fiddle. I thought you were a pickpocket, not a butcher. I mean, I can arrive a look and see underneath 8 push plus what no one sees. So most of the time, passengers plant themselves opposite. For some reason, that night, the Irishman spent the whole journey right over my head. And for that reason, you weren't able to push the cushion to peek out, I see. Truth is, I ain't too happy at all that small dark places. They're much more better than throwing the clink. But that's the only place I'd in the carriages, so option choice. Why should people pick people in the open then? I say there's some reason she's not letting on, judging from her demeanor. So anyway, a bit scared I had to just stick out under there, nothing else for it. After a while, a loud bang nearly jumped at me skin. I did. My scream just came out. But that's what found me open my way in mind.
Hold it!
Bang. When you say a loud bang, you mean the noise of something falling on the floor? Could have been, I suppose. I don't remember so well. Point is, it made me jump. And let her scream involuntarily. That's right. And then I felt the cushion over me a little lighter all of a sudden. So that's when the defendant got up and see the victim's eyes. Blah, or not. Could it quickly be in the moment in order to stop the victim, could it not? Well, girl, did you see what happened at that crucial moment? Yeah, I saw it. I pushed the cushion up quickly to butcher while I had the chance, didn't I? I was sitting up with a bloke who had fallen on the floor opposite the seat. That matches me the cause account of the course. But then the fellas I turned and looked right at me. I sat back down. It was too late, and I never should have risked looking. Because of that, the swell found me and helped me get away in mind. Moments ago I discovered you pulled you out from the hiding place. Yeah, I was scared stiff. It dragged me out, sat me down, sitting all. Next to the victim, Mr. Manson. Yeah. The bloke had a knife in his gut. He was all still bleeding. When the carriage lurched a bit, it ended up falling onto me. How awful. Both my hands got covered in blood, and it felt sick as a dog. Both hands were covered in blood. What did the rooftop passenger saw? After that, I believe you talked to Mr. Gordon for a while, is that correct? He asked me some more stuff. I wanted to know more of my name, what I was up to, and that. Then I heard something coming from above the scream. Yes, Mr. Phelps on the roof deck, I would want to presume. Well, I didn't want to see my face, so I didn't look up. That's when I was drawn smartish Irishman say to me, "Get back under the seat. I'll see that you can get away later." I was even the jury decided the defendant was innocent. For one brief shining moment, yes. It's clear that they're still very unsure. If we just find some conclusive piece of evidence among the early testimony, so we'll collect the verdict we want. I think you're right. I had a niggling feeling. Something's bothering me. I just can't quite put my finger on it. So I stuck inside the carriage for the... A loud bang. This has to be it. Rich, really thinking about this one.
Hold it!
I'm actually seriously thinking.
Hold it!
Come on, where is it?
Hold it!
Most days I pushing up with me head out the crack. Then I cover which I would find fiddle. I mean, I kind of looked. The seat I get under ain't flush enough to see. So most of the time, passengers putting themselves opposite. The reason right, the Irishman spread whole journey right over my head. Then you prescription pick out a see.
Well, now. Excuse
That's
me.
new. Something wrong, Mr. McGild? Oh, I do apologize. Something the matter, Consul? Just wondering, Miss Lodge's last comment made occur to you, perhaps. You seem to be thinking of something yourself. No. There's nothing important. I was just feeling for a poor lass is all. I may have feeling dead for myself, young lad. Shut in the dark. It was terrifying, so it was. I see, yes, so you're clearly all sympathizing. Aye, so I don't know about yourself, but I found the darkness seemed to make everything here much louder as well. Yeah, I suppose it does, maybe. Miss Strat, you hear something that night? Something unusual noise, perhaps? Nah, not really. I could have sworn I heard the Irishman snoring. But just, I didn't tell anyone in the world to me for a bit of a cramp. What a pity, if only somebody had heard something, might have given us a vital clue. Yes, we should make it the last statement of hers. They're fairly important. My lord, I believe the statement you just made to the witness is profoundly important. Oh, profoundly important? But all she said nothing. Yes, profoundly important indeed. I'm sure of it. I'm sure if you didn't understand the workings of your Eastern Mind Council, but nevertheless. Miss Gunlight, you will submit your information testimony to repeat the last statement, please. What? Supplement? What's that all about? I don't give me all that fancy talk. What are you trying to do? And work on me. That's right. Insult the judge. Always a good move. I was trying to work out what's going on. All I could hear was snoring.
Hold it!
So you're saying that you've having the entire time? Since the moment you hit yourself? Not exactly, no. Sorry. Well, there was no one in the cabin to start with. I could have pushed a cushion up at the butcher's and say, well, what. But then, I saw the swell getting on, got me in the head. Down, didn't notice me. And Miss McGall sat on the seat under which you were hiding, correct? Yeah! It wasn't even a what mug. So I could have listened. So all I could do was listen. Where'd they jump out of there as soon as I heard him leave, see? But when it, not likely. I thought I'd stop me coming and never heard of an open door. So I just stayed put, listened to them driving his pig's market, snoring like an old dog was. Is there anything we should draw from that, I wonder? As I said, when you just told me to the court, it's clear out with the facts. Ah! An odds? Are you sure, man? Absolutely. Blah! It seems that London's plan is not as difficult as I feared. So I think you realised it too. Counsel, I must insist you bolster the claims with evidence. Pardon at least. Yes, my lord. This would demonstrate the alleged contradiction to the court. When Miss Liz stayed, while she was hiding in the omnibus that night, she heard nothing from the sound of Miss McGowan snoring. But think, Rosie, think. There's something else that she should have heard. Hang on, Mr. Lord. Let me elaborate. I'm sure the sound that Mr. Lord could not have failed to hear was an unpertinent. They sound very clearly explain the presence of the fallen. They sound very clearly explain the presence of the fallen person.
Take that!
Thrice fried Manson? Yes, my lord. The sound of the limiter cannot have failed to hear. Was it the victim, Miss Manson, boarding the omnibus? Order! Ho ho ho! Explain your reasoning, counsel. Miss Lana, allow me to confirm something. You claimed earlier that you're the first person on the board the omnibus, is that correct? Yeah, of course I was. I was on the while I was put in pub, didn't I? And the next person on the board the omnibus was Mr. McGill. That's it. But I still was in the cabin when I climbed aboard. At least, not in plain sight. So you were, all intents and purposes, alone in the enclosed cabin omnibus at the time. I'll just say as much. I wasn't travelling with anyone around here. You know what I mean? Yeah, I saw him get on. I moved through the crack under the cushion. Air was on his own offshore. And from what we've heard, Kerry's made a number of stops after the journey onwards. During which, you don't hear the door opening and closing at all? Nah, never heard it. It was exactly what I was looking for when I went for this spot to leave. But in which case, when or how did the victim end up in the carriage? Let me know the victim collapsed inside the closed cabin in the omnibus. Therefore, so his statements about what she did or did not hear is not odd with the facts. Oh. Blur. Yes, this petty thief's statement is clearly flawed. Oh, Lord Van Zisk. Yes, I knew it. He knew all along too well that it was an inconsistent, misleading statement. Blair, it was seen the thanks to an order of my learned friend. What are you talking about? You've demonstrated the matters impeccably. This witness and her colourful statements are entirely unreliable. All her words are convenient untruths, nothing more. He's dead right. Maybe the victim possibly not have heard of born numbers. It makes no sense whatsoever. This girl is a pickpocket? Let's not forget that. Don't do it, old lady. She didn't even say anything. I didn't want to judge a deal to miss my she's some rather naughty ways, but I must say, I can't abide liars. Neither can I. Mr. Foreman, I don't want to judge the girl. I don't want to judge the girl for some less stubborn ways. I must say, I can't abide liars. No. 5 dream minutes leaning towards guilty. More blood. Well, a consideration of others is refreshing. The volatile friend. The critical torture that spared me. AB minus blood. My favorite. Yes, very refreshing. What you all playing at? You've never gone. You're working for you, luscious madam. This is just... this cartilage is perfect. You remember, too, is the only one left. Remember, where this is going, I know we can't find some new ways to convince everyone this girl's innocent. Judge will rule we've lost. I very much want to believe your words. One of the London's most respectable gentlemen. But others never must accept hard truths.
Hold it!
The witness' last statement seemed to be revealed a critical incident in a testimony. However, if we consider the possibility that her statement is in fact the truth, it might shed an entirely new light on the whole case. Blair, what do you say? Conceal? I'm sorry, sir. Whatever do you mean? Counsel, I will not tolerate attempting to prolong my adjudication. I can get back to the North Pole and make more presents. Explain yourself at once, or I'll package you into a gift. Blair, when the accused boiling bust at night in question, the victim was nowhere to be seen. Subsequently, the carriage doors had not opened a single time, as certified the witness on the stand. And the victim was found inside the carriage. If this piece as well as believable, how is when the victim made his appearance inside the cabin of the omnibus? She was in there first. If he was put in there after he died, he still had to come through the door. It wasn't open. It was always open once. The only explanation is that the victim entered through the closed cabin another way. Blair, I wonder what fad you would come up with in your blind panic. Behold, number 4 to see. Only one side of the con cabin is finished, the other door, the windows, only windows. Fixed windows that can also be opened in short. There's no entrance in the cabin in front of the door. There could be. There's one possibility you haven't considered. Oh, really? Yes. One other way inside the cabin is in the door. Another opening, which allowed the victim to appear inside the cabin. Hoo hoo hoo! Alright, Cancel. Where are the events identified location for the court? Must which the incident occurred.
Take that!
The answer is obvious. You can only enter into the skylight. Ho ho ho! I do say the skylight.
Objection!
Maybe someone like opened the window and just slam dunked him in, and that was and that's what the loud thud she heard was. It was him being dropped inside. Blah! The ludicrous promise almost is lost for words. However, skylight may be large enough for someone to pass through.
Objection!
So you claim, but you didn't shed enough evidence to support your Bandle 3 theory. But Mr. McGully and Mr. Lenny said the same thing in their testimonies. Each claimed to heard a loud thud, which is the noise that made them falling to the floor, which has already been explained. It was the other victim falling to his seat, having been assaulted by the dagger. Yes, it has, but would a man slipping from the seat onto the floor really make such a loud noise, as the witness described? A noise loud enough to cause Mr. Lenny to let out an involuntary scream, in fact? Ho ho ho! Goodness gracious! Perhaps, in fact, the moment the victim made the entrance into the cabin. No, let me rephrase that. The victim didn't enter the cabin as such. He fell into it.
Objection!
Blah! You're now suggesting the victim fell from the skylight into the cabin? That's simply impossible! How can you be sure? Blah! Could the victim fell into the skylight, you say? Persons on the roof of the deck would have seen it happen. And yet, not one person mentioned the events of their testimony. Well, yes, that's true, but hold it. Hold it. My humble fella make a weird comment here. Mr. Beguiled. To be sure now, the two fellows who sat on the roof that testified before had nothing but the victim falling through the skylight. But, see me, my lord, there's not much case of them not saying it, but aye. It's because of them being unable to say. What? I think perhaps the two fellas do be having something compelling reason not to mention what happened. Would you agree, fine ladies and gentlemen of the jury? Oh my goodness, surely not. As you chap on the ref. You men, the ones who stuck the knife in the man were... Ugh! Oh, that hurt a lot. Oh, guess he's back. What exactly you and son want in here, yo? Your brothers? You rotter. Oh, said, you rotter. You insinuating? That's flaming outrage. I've got mind to give you a blinker in a minute. I'll give you a shine in a minute, he said. So I will. So will I? Mr. Fairplay. You're afraid of accusing me, a city manager, a aspiring banker, and me, a very angry hatter, suggesting that someone like me would have stabbed the man in the guts. It was a disgrace, scandalous. It's I protest in the strongest possible terms. That's right. I protest too, you rotten scoundrel. Ho ho ho! Order! Order! This is not the time, witnesses. I will not permit Mr. Wilson to invade the stand. Return to him at once. But you're unreasonable, my lord. This is outrageous. It's very hurtful, you know. Blair, my lord, if may I comment? Go ahead. Oh, go ahead, Lord Sickens. It was the fence incites the outburst from their witnesses. My learned friend seemed to abandon all protocol, accusing witnesses found proof. Accused? I never intended to. It seems on the pause is a common as commanded English tongue is waiting. Who proposed to escort the victim fell through the skylight from the deck above the omnibus? Hoppers cannot possibly stand without the rooftop passengers being aware of the events. You branded the judgment liars and intended the criminal guilt. Our British continence of law, the term of greatest accusation. I know the right to put idea forward without any actual evidence, but you can't just dismiss without a second thought. What are you waiting time for? Get on them, testify! I thought there was something fishy about that from the moment I laid eyes on the fellow. Whatever the matter is now, one way or the another. Seems the fifth rubbish in the mist. I must dispose of it at once. Testify! Yeah, testify! Shut up, boy! Ah! Oh, no! Inspectors from the galley are in a complete frenzy. Mr. Fairplay? Mr. First? My lord? You'll take the stand again and make another formal testimony. In reference to the brought to the defense. Yes, my lord. I didn't come here for this. There's no time to think of this through. All I can do is keep pushing forward. What's up, nerds? You're back again. Oi! You only two people on that roof deck are dead or alive. I can swear that. If anything, it happened we were sitting on. We didn't think another one would have noticed. In any case, neither of us know the first thing about the victim. No reason to kill the man. The skylight shut the entire time, I tell you. We couldn't have possibly have opened it. If you're the victim fell through the skylight, where's your proof? I say, when listening to the testimony, it's somewhat hard to imagine how either witness could perform any manner of an act on a rooftop deck without the other noticing forthwith. That's right, you see? We're innocent, I tell you. Very logically, of course, the argument falls down if the two were a conclusion with one another. What? Huh? According to the investigation by Scotland Yard, Blair, the two witnesses share no common dealings. Ha! We don't trust the coppers any more than we trust the stinking rich. Something doesn't feel right here. The trial's going to our favour, really? So why do they feel uneasy? Ho! Counsel for the tent. Over to your custom designation, please. Oh, yes, my lord. Yes, my lord. Okay, I'll do it. What? Refute the accusations. Well, I want two people on that roof that dead or alive, I swear to that.
Hold it!
Wasn't the coach up there? So at no time did the victim, Mr. Manson, climb up to join you on the roof deck? Absolutely not. Absolutely not, Dickon. No question about it. He said not at all. Oh, well, yes, of course. I remember seeing them both. I saw the victim inside the closed cabin talking with the young man here. With the man here. Is this true, Mr. McGard? Damn him. Damn my lord. I've paid it myself. I boarded the omnibus alone. Nodded off inside almost immediately. That's an outrageous lie. Without doubt you're engaging in... Let me stop you there, fella, and ask. Do you have every evidence at all? Ah! It's all about evidence in the court today, yes it is. You do well to remember that. He's looking very suspicious, that guy. I saw you with my own eyes. This is going so well. Band. If anything happened, it was sitting on. We didn't think anyone others would noticed. From the final run of the omnibus past 10 o'clock in the evening, it would certainly have been quite dark, perhaps too dark to see clearly. This is some kind of lark! Some kind of joke, he said. This is what this is. Or perhaps one or the other. Oh, thank you so much for hosting, Dragon J. Perhaps one other fell asleep briefly. Are you digging him, sir? You serious? That's what he said. It's impossible, I tell you. I give you keys to the vault if I could fall asleep in the bitter cold. If you didn't imagine it, your eyelids would freeze shut and you'd never open them again. That's extreme. It's extreme, I tell you. Put up with because the man locked the door. Any true gent would have unlocked it and let me in when I knocked. Oh, I'm dreadly sorry about that, young fella. But you see, I was away with the fairies. I didn't hear you at all. That's a lie. I saw you through the glass. You were talking to someone. Now it was a cold night, so it was. People will be seeing things aren't real in the cold. It's just hardly surprising. Seeing things? Ho ho ho! I will reach impasse here on this particular point. You! Don't take it personally now, lad. If I'm suspecting this case, it is only fair that you are seen too. Only a freak operation capitalist aside in that. Using a petition would like to involved in really. In any case, you know the first thing about the victim. There's no reason to kill the man. So you never met Three-Faced Man before? No, women no. Not once ever, never. Yeah, never met the man before. He said never. And you, Miss Faust, you don't prior to the victim either. That's right, sir. Hatters don't have much to do with brickmakers. It's perfectly honest, sir. No, I imagine not. No, no. You see? How many different ways can I put this? Neither of us have any remote connections to the gentleman. Sometimes I haven't.
Excuse me.
Mr. McKeld. Yes, Counsel. What can I be doing for you? The witness last statement gave you pause for a moment somehow. Not the remotest connection. Is that right now, I wonder? What are you insinuating now? Ah, Mr. Fairplay. It is long, so it has. Eh? If I'm not very much mistaken, I believe 'tis fast approaching, and not your repayment date. I beg your pardon? You borrowed 20 Gina from me, sir. That's an unconscionable rate of interest. You tricked me, you extortionist. Well now, it's not a touch of baldry, isn't it? Sort of baldry that motivate the fellow that pass his kinds of on to another. Ah! And young Mr. Faust. Me, sir? What do you want with me, sir? Don't be mistaken, had you make hats for a living, you do not? There's a top hat sliding about your head. Is that one of your own creations, is it? Oh, well, I just apprentice, you understand. I'm learning the perfect fit for whenever a fine gent walks into my door. Perfect fit, isn't it? Well, it's just very distinctive design, so to say. Oi, many customers like it, I'll tell you. They like the distinctive touch. Customers ain't Triforce Mansion? Oh. The photographic print of the victim submitted the evidence before, my lord. He has had it covered in stitches like the guys. Oh, this, you mean? I can't help but thinking the poor fellow's hat looks distinctly familiar, wouldn't you say? Oh, that's one of my hats. Aye, it is. Soon to be as a make a curious customer as yours. The sort of customer that I'd wager could have had a wee quarrel with you over distinctive goods. No, sir, absolutely not, sir. Well, there's really nothing more to add. I wouldn't be right to say that, two fellas here. The remotest connection to the victim, you see. I rest my case. You little weasel! Ugh! He better than I'm at this. My gosh, this one's generally throw his research, didn't he? Please, don't let my little interruption hold up the proceedings. The Hat Hunter achievement. The squirrel has shut in the entire time. I told you, could have possibly opened it.
Hold it!
You're quite certain about that? The Skylar was shut the entire time. I'm going to lose my block at you in a moment. Yeah, he's gonna lose his rag with you in any minute. That's what he said. Look at yourself. Go on. You see? Shut fast. Just like it was the other night. So it is, of course. Fellas are seasoned. Besides the man and Mr. Manson could likely break through in the all. What? We just look at the size of the thing. You understand? Ah, now you're holding on there a minute. The size of the thing doesn't mean nothing. Not on your own. Let's consider the big picture here, shall we? Let's stop biting your cane, shall we? I was riding the omnibus the other occasion. We went, well, I broke a window loudly and struck myself when it happens. This is an unexpected confession, Mr. Faust. Oh, I was going to say, well, the point is, I tried to open the skylight, you see. But just my luck, I couldn't make it budge. The stench was terrible. Everyone's looking deck at me, sir. I think he farted inside the cabin. You're expecting me to sentence you? Oh no, sir. The point is, this guy can't be opened.
Wait,
I tried.
that ain't...
Hello, my lady. What you got there? Do you have something to say about that, Miss Lestat? Miss Lestat! It opens. The skylight. There won't be what we're talking about right now. Skylight opens. Dead easy. Well, then you can load that weapon. That's a lie, I tell you. Otherwise, when I broke the window, You can't do it from inside, you mug. Oh. Look, a few weeks ago, I was up on the roof with one deck and drags, and I had a great the shows are coming in at my ears. Just let's say, it's not good as state of criminal activities. Well, anyway, I had about this bit of a scare. It was the last bloke's person got wise, and he got wise to me. All four of them surrounded me. I couldn't open up the bus leg it. So what I used, the skylight. Opened the catch, and jumped right through. What? Yeah, the catch from the skylight's open on the top side, so you can open them from the cabin. The skylight opens from the roof deck. Bailiff, climb up top of the roof and omnibus at once. Verify the witness's claims. Oh my god, he's an invisible ghost! He did it without being seen! Ah! Oh, my hat. See? Or, ho ho ho! Order! 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 It appears the street girl's statement is quite true. I don't believe it. The skylight opens from the roof deck. Mr. Naruto, this could be the clue we've been looking for. Well, counsel for the defense, please continue with the cross-examination. Yes, my lord. So the skylight opens. Perhaps I should investigate that for myself. Yes, unless I actually look at it, it's not going to let me actually... This guy was fastened shut before. Now the catch has been undone, we should be able to slide it open. This is the roof deck of the omnibus. Oh, you must have a wonderful view of London streets from up here. Sit all the way up here, bitter winter nights, with cold air rushing past them. I pay and pay to do so. Brr, I can imagine how cold it must be feel. That just made me think of something horrible. Imagine being dragged around the city in the freezing cold as punishment. Perhaps that's the real price you pay to stay out late. You can certainly get inside the carriage through this opening. That's for sure. Yes, and there's a lamp in the closed cabin. I'm sure the witness would have been able to see quite clearly. That's not good for us. Let me get back inside quickly. Let me in! Let me in! Hello, hello! Yes, it doesn't move wide, doesn't it? I would have to kick someone like you through, certainly. Mr. Nobudo? Why someone like me? Ah! What is it? Look, it's there. Look at this. That's, without question, it's blood. Why would there be blood stain here? Surely. An unrelated case, can it be? Good thing I checked inside. Oh, where's my proof? I just found it! Bitch!
Objection!
On that question, the victim fatally stabbed in the stomach. Immediately afterwards, the victim's body was pushed through the skylight into the cabin below. These are the facts and irrefutable proof. Remains clearly visible on the underbus stands before us today. What? That's utter humbug. Ah, you can't possibly have any evidence. Yeah, you can't. I mean, you didn't do it. I tell you, it's impossible. Blah. If you're proof in the courtroom. Consul? Yes, my lord. I believe everyone would appreciate a little clarification here. Where exactly within the omnibus is the evidence you allude? Whoop, whoop, whoop. I'm supposed to push R, not space. Push R, not space. Shut up, you two.
Got it!
Got it. By Jupiter, that's blood. Ah! The blood stain proves two things. Firstly, when the incident occurred, the skylight of the omnibus was open. What? And secondly, the victim was already bleeding when he fell through the opening. Oh my. And follows, Miss McGild, who was inside the enclosed cabin, himself at the time, could possibly be guilty for this crime. Nah! No! No! Can't you yell any louder, men? No! Better! Ho ho ho! Order! Order! Hold it. But the blood could have sprayed anywhere with the fellow stabbed in the cabin. It only found a way in particular spots on the skylight. Sure, that would be very convenient. Ah! And let's keep in mind that the sky catches only unfashioned from the roof deck. Myself wouldn't be able to open it now, would I? There's no way to know for sure. I generally really fell through the skylight, I mean. Why would you look through the floor of the cabin between two seats, Miss Faust? It's all too plain to see. The aftermath to show the poor fellow dropped fair high. What is this? What? No! But it can't be. It's all lies! Lies! Hold it! My fellow jury members? I think we can all agree this is a clear proof of the defendant's innocence, can't we? I believe we can, sir. It's clear to me now that filthy rubbish has been found in this courtroom. So, I'll get poured up all over my eyes, did they? I won't tolerate any of this guilt carriages being stuffed full of blood. I won't tolerate it. I always knew it was a nice gentleman who gave us that delightful park couldn't have done such a thing. On three then, everyone? 2, 3.
Objection!
Blur, a turn performance, Mr. McGild. Oh, and what you're referring to there now, Lord Zicken? The blood stain on the skylight. Such evidence is null and void. What? Why? For an extremely simple reason. Blur. The smear of blood never existed. What are you talking about? You'll see the blood can see clearly.
Objection!
I personally attended the judge's investigation of the omnibus. The others involved went over the carriage with a fine-tooth comb. So I can say with absolute certainty, no such smear of blood existed in the carriage. At least, not until this trial began. But, who says that the stain of blood was fabricated? Yes, my lord. And while the court has been in session. What? Oh, he's gonna blame the fucking smoke bomb. That would be a pavla. I must say I didn't expect such crude reasoning from a prosecutor. The smoke screen. As I say, the blood was applied during the smoke screen. But I'm Magus Collide, fellow known over the world capital as the finest conditions of public life. I don't take kindly to slander. I'll fight to the bitter end, even if it's rolling off the tongue from the Reaper Bailey. Blair, Mr. McGill, I realize that your first appearance in court as accused. However, I'm aware of your involvement behind the scenes in a great many affairs and dubious natures. You're very adept when it comes to avoiding getting your own hands dirty. And each time it happens, the case you're involved in is investigated, you adapt to the facts. The facts? What does that even mean? He's gonna smash it or he's gonna burn it? You are what for McGuire, and couldn't be nothing impossible. Tampering with evidence, manipulating the scene of the crime, bribing witnesses. I told your ability to conduct the most story, sir. Tut, Lord Zeke. This will not do, to be sure. It will now, counsel. No. I think it's fair to say, this does not sound like a rather far-fetched excuse to desperate man. Prosecutors have a magic ability to pull anything they need out of anywhere. The blood in the sky doesn't exist, they say. But, if it was to say that cast your minds back, that's not true. The omnibus has been in courtroom this entire time. How could anyone possibly smear blood without the word of wife seeing? And right now, counsel. It's true. The omnibus has been in full view the entire time that the court has been in session. Blair, my learned friend. Here's to hearing your opinion on the matter, in your own words. As you wish. Did someone tamper with the omnibus during the trial? You're asking me? I think. It could have been possible. The defense lawyer is my job to advocate the defense best I can, but still, I feel there's something more important at stake here. There's no evidence to suggest the defendant did he learn than the defense suggests. However, in terms of having the computer carry out the alleged tampering, there's one possibility. Oh? Ho ho ho! Goodness gracious! Explain yourself, counsel! Blah! Yes, there is. It seems that learned Nicholas Ferris has no intention of running from his deceit. Deceit? If everyone still remembers it clearly, the recess was forced to take. The result of the smoker you fired from the witness currently in the stand. Biscuit latte. What's going on? Kevin's been cover your face. Bailiff, don't do a school step. Let's follow the omnibus. Hereby call it recess immediately. Bailiff, ensure the defendant's custody clear the courtroom. The room was filled with smoke, and everyone was throwing in confusion. All of us were made to leave the chamber. In that brief interval, and the vial of smoke in all the chaos, it could have been impossible to steal inside the omnibus. What's going on here? You are wise. He doesn't look too happy now. What are you trying to pull, you rotten freckless Gorga? Freckless Gorga? That's supposed to be defending me. Tis a wicked plot. It's a wicked plot to undermine me. So it is.
Objection!
What do you think this is? The charges changes nothing. The facts are the same. After this courtroom was indicated earlier, as a result of the smoke grenade, a number of inconsistencies materialized in relation to the omnibus. Inconsistencies? The emptying out of the bottom, the blood on the thing. To start with, the compartment underneath the passenger seat seat. When the police investigated the omnibus, this compartment was full of delivery items. Secondly, there's a smear of blood on the edge of the skylight. As I've said, there was no present at the start of the trial this morning. But Lonvik, no one is able to corroborate your claims. That's true. When the omnibus first wheeled out, the storage compartment in the skylight was shut. Accordingly, I'm afraid to say, we cannot establish with certainty if this evidence is a result of tampering or not. Blah, indeed, my lord. No doubt there's no single person who fit to verify such things. Why do you think? Sorry. But, about the omnibus. There's anything else unusual about the omnibus? My lord? Yes, counsel. There is one further inconsistency. Mark surely could not have been present at the start of the trial. What? What the devil are you trying to say now? If you dare betray me, you little maggot, you'd better start watching your back.
Objection!
Silence, McGild. The court awaits the defense's clarification. This truck keeps swinging one way and then another. I'm gonna win this. I'm gonna win this trial one way or another. I have no idea what deception. What am I supposed to believe here? So I've asked you to elaborate, counsel. What exactly a line marked to claim that? Look at the difference. That's dark red, and that's a lighter red. Also, the prosecutor never mentioned the pool of blood on the ground.
Got it!
Consider the victim fell through the skylight onto the floor of the cabin. You would certainly expect to find signs of blood where he landed. But as far as I recall, the blood stain on the cabin floor was not there when the omnibus first brought into the courtroom. Good lord. Yes, I do believe you're correct, Counsel. Bleh, well said. Although, bleh, I have a care for the fence and one might say it was very careless slip of the tongue. I believe the bloodstain on the floor is a sensitive piece, is a decisive piece of evidence. But the question is whether or not the evidence is genuine, is whether or not it was unlawfully fabricated by someone. I feel compelled to admit there is at least one possibility that the evidence is fake. Ah! This trial is over. Beguiled. I've done everything possible I can to cooperate with the court, but 'tis all over now. Is he gonna have his freak out? But you're the defendant. 'Tis over, I tell ye! Memory, recollection, what people think they saw, 'tis all nonsense. The factor counts, the facts, the bloodstains are there now. Well, and over the course of this desperate trial, long extremely drawn out has been, good for nothing, Reaver Bailey has failed to present decisive evidence at all. I'm scandalized. So I am. I thought it'd be better of Lord Viscus. Well, my lord, I must concur with the defendant. Unoffended recollection of individual cannot stand as evidence. At this moment in time, the particular bloodstain in the question is very much in existence, with all evidence of credible method of which the previously evidence is non-existent. I regret to say I would be proper for this trial to continue. Your lordship can't be serious. Well, Dick, what's your proposition? Blair. The prosecution, my lord, has no further witnesses or evidence to present. Very well, very well. In that case, we've explored every possibility and venue of this matter. I shall proceed with my adjudication. As formality, I am of course obliged to confirm with the defense first. What formality? Things stand in the moment, it would seem that Miss McGullity will be found not guilty. Yes, which would mean we have won. Is that really the right outcome here? Is it really right for the trial to come to an end now? All these unexplained inconsistencies? Counsel for the defense. Your closing statement, please. Yes, my lord. The defense believes. I'm here in this courtroom today to advocate for the defense of my client, Ms. McGullity. However, at this moment in time, I cannot on good conscience assess fully the defendant's innocence. What are you saying, man? Without any question, there is no conclusive evidence to prove the defendant is guilty. However, there's also no conclusive evidence to prove the defendant he is innocent. Good. Good gracious me! Order! Order! Ho ho ho! This is unpredictable behavior, counsel. A defense lawyer calling accused innocent into question? Are you of sound mind? Oh, plus grand decision. I should have made him sound like Warrior the whole time. Grand decision appointment to make a lawyer was that. Grand decision. What? I must say, I didn't expect quite such a spectacle in the end, but still here. But here still. Have this for your troubles. Ah! Diplomacy is done, fella. Fine work you've done. Fine work you have. What do you mean? It's just the right of honorable gentleman to successfully put point of four. The trial cannot go on anymore. The closing statement there was, how did he put it now? More nothing a formality. I I really don't know what to make of all this. Would our evidence been genuine, or has been fake? It's not. To be fuming. Something rubbish we dispose of promptly, as I said. You stinking rich, always guilty of something. You rock my words. I feel terribly ashamed that I ever doubted that lovely man who gave us a lovely park. Now that the proceedings have unfolded this way, I am compelled to declare the premature end of this trial. Furthermore, the court must accept the defendant's plea. I thank you kindly, my lord. I hereby pronounce the verdict of this court, but we still haven't determined the bloodstained omnibus is genuine or not. We don't know if the witness is still telling the truth or not a pack of lies. We have no idea about the truth. Lord of this zinc. Blair, my lord. The case may be a prescription is flawed, plain and simple. Wow, wait, this is so far been 2 cases of people fabricating evidence. In the first case, the lady broke the bottle of poison, and then when the guy's bloody evidence been faked all over the place. The prosecution's fault for allowing such disgraceful privilege suggestions in my palace. My sincerest apology, my lord. But wait, we all investigated the courtroom. Lord Fane Stik's ordered evidence to be secured. I'm afraid prosecutors cannot shunt the responsibility in this matter. That's so unfair. The culpability of the defendant is not at the present time has been established by this court. Consequently, the jury will not be requested before a judgment. What? Well, Lord Zazik, it's been a pleasure. So it has. As for you, my dear fella, I couldn't have asked you for a better defense. You mean to tell me this has been a grand waste of time? 'Tis the law of the land, my good man. If you'd like to pursue matters further, I can always go ahead and try to change the law. Blair, Magus McGall. Oh, good grief. More to say to me, have you? Just one thing. A warning. This is far from over. Someone has been looking forward to then. Wah! Wah! I hereby pronounce the defendant Magnus guilty. Less cheers than normal. Wait, fireworks? They added fireworks into Britain? This is actually the first time a guilty person actually got away innocent. I can't believe it. It's an outrage. We've examined evidence more. What are you talking about? The man's been cleared. He's innocent. With the courtroom in pandemonium for the second time that day, the judge delivered his verdict. My first ever trial in Great Britain came to an abrupt end. The defendant being found not guilty. Ultimately, a victory for us. First time the game made you feel shit about winning. 18th of February, 5:14 p.m. Old Bailey's defendants Arc Chamber. It certainly was a long trial. Ah yes, it was. First ever trial in a foreign soil, and your first victory. It was a wonderful performance. My heartfelt congratulations. You too, Miss. I thank you for your assistance. I suppose we should be happy. Trouble is, we're still completely in the dark about what actually happened. Well, we didn't have enough time. But it's wrong! I mean, what actually happened? What was actually responsible for Ms. Benson's death? We don't even know that. The sole aim of the defense attorney is to obtain a verdict that exonerates the defendant. You carried out your duties to perfection. Aye, that you did. This is my guild. Ah, that goes with him too. I'll be finishing up when this case is over, so I'll be finishing up soon too. So thank you so much for being here, Dragon, and so much for the host as well. I'll see you next time, hopefully. What stories? Oh, what stories? About the six enormous rogues that led off the verdict not guilty. We still got a little bit while to go. The chapter's still got to close out. Expected, what you say? Yes, definitely. I heard those start to behold. To be sure it was. I knew to think. I viewed a tank, I suppose. I have an opportunity to see it. Oh, I don't know about that. I'm not sure I really did anything. What on earth are you saying, fella? How do you walk out of there a free man then? I don't think it was much thanks to me as down to your planning. You're a straight talker, fella, aren't you? I must say, you had me astray there in the head once and twice. But the young Hegzong, wahaha, who turns the water under the bridge. I hate you. I'm gonna throw you out the window. Please hold still. Oh, and have your name cleared. I still got 2 more cases in this game and a whole nother game to do, so I'll be doing this for a while. There's only one thing that matters to me. I. You've all seen. I didn't do anything undoing other indeed. 'Tis grand, is it not? I suppose it is. Now fine fellows of Scotland Yard can take the matter into their own hands and sort out the weird details. They'll see if one. And don't forget Dragon J to catch up on case 2, which you missed. It's a very ridiculous case, especially when they introduce Herlock Sholmes. I'll see what it is. I'll admit the truth. I've absolutely faith, so I have, after all. I do provide a good number of wages and all taxes I pay. That's not funny. So then, we agreed beforehand. 1,000 guineas a year for troubles, huh? Oh no, I couldn't possibly say that much. Be wist, the humble people you are from the east. Well, if you insist. Kept this. Still in all, you deserve a reward. Oi, magnific loud! Oi, everything's right, sir. Oi, if you'll not take your forward into the courtroom. Into the courtroom? What's this, officer? Tis sooner than I was led to believe. Oi, I hope you're inconvenienced, sir, that there's some changes into the schedule. Well, I must be mistaking tracks now. It's time for inspection. Sorry, what inspection? They're going to examine the omnibus again, so I'm told. What if I could present it for myself? You're going to examine it again? Believe me, there's a lot of Phoenix Wright games, and they're all more ridiculous than the last. If people really want, I could do more. I could do the other Phoenix Wright games as well. They're all on Steam. Naturally, I'm in a non-wishing to take part in any more of your matters now. But upstanding member of the London Society, I'd be doing my best to help where I can. 'Tis a gentleman's duty, so it is. So then, fare thee well. It's an absolute pleasure meeting yous. Hope you're aware of the time studying here in Great Britain. So there's the original trilogy, Apollo Justice, there's Ace Investigations, there's Dual Destinies, and then there's the last one I can't remember the name. But My Little Avatars in the Corner is actually based off the Phoenix Wright sort of emotions they have. Oh, I forgot you were here. Wait, don't shoot me. Stop it. Someone stop it. Bailiff, do something. Bailiff. What's you gonna take it a minute? It doesn't take forever to load that thing. Yes, Miss O, would you mind putting that thing down? You're a grown up. Sorry. Yeah, and I ain't all grown ups. Don't shoot. Don't do it. Ah, there you are. What's this little steampunk bitch? Naughty, running off like that. Some kind of panic? Who's this little girl now? Now you're taking with that as well. I was looking forward to trying trials on my experimental smoke grenade launcher. Ha! Wait. Is she the one that makes all of Herlock Sholmes' tech? She's the one that makes all his tech. Oh, do you want to play? You want to beat me? She has a fucking bazooka! Grr. Excuse me, but who are you? Oh, good day to you. I'm, well, inventor, I suppose. That machine. The inventor? Well, normally smoke is dull, so when you agree, white, more white. So what do you have is shrouded in smoke? Weirdly speaking, pretty colours, I thought to myself. Do you have to be shrouded in smoke, though? At all? You just look at your eyes. If the moment wish list changing into different omnibuses, it's just pinched it. Luckily, I fitted for telegraphic beacon. Telegraphic, what's it? I have no idea what this girl's talking about. Anyway, come with me now, back to my laboratory. What for? To apologize, of course, silly. To my technician. What? You mean, say sorry? Yes, I'm sorry when you're doing something wrong. Surely you wouldn't do that before. Don't. I was doing. Oh fuck. Come along then. Follow me. You don't say no to a tiny little girl for fucking bazooka. Good. See ya. I knew you wanted to do the right thing in the end. I'm very sure that was not you agreed shot by a massive gun of yours. The waifu has arrived. I'll be leaving you now. Bye bye. So sorry for all the fuss. Ah, she's a ghost. She vanished. She was a lively one. Well, we think perhaps you ought to be on our way now too. Yes, you're right, but where to? Oh, we haven't had time to find a place to stay. Not sooner than we arrive in London, we had to rush here. Our travelling cases are still the bailiff. I was really planning to spend the day searching for lodgings. This late hour of the day, I'm afraid we may be out of luck. Don't worry though, I have a plan. Worst comes to worst, I've heard of a lovely park we could spend the night in. Please tell me you're not thinking of McGowl Park. I know maybe a little bit chilly at times, but yes, this year, but your business to see us through. I'm not sure about that. I think midwinter London will freeze you, the young person, the soul, just as he's an elderly one. Idea. It doesn't sound agreeable. I'm not starting to regret turning to McGowl down now. 1,000 Greeny would have been paid lovely for a room over in the mansion. And so, a child determined my own worthless society tour was over by the end of the first day in London. However, you were soon to learn there was more to trying times ahead. Just as the Reaper of Ballet was warned, the case was far from over. Dun 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 dun.
What's going on?
Get the fire brigade! Water!
He fucking lit it on fire!
What? How did this happen? I don't know, sir. By the time I got here, it was already engulfed.
No one was supposed to be allowed in here before we started investigating.
Wait, what?
No. Oh, good God. There's someone in there.
Santa Claus, no!
Oh, this can't be.
Mr. Cog just get burnt to a fucking crisp. Allegedly cliffhanger for case 4. Finn. Endle. Nen. You just have to tune in tomorrow to find out. Have a great night everyone. I hope you enjoyed the stream and I'll see you all next time. Goodbye.